back to day 2.
Yes, morning.
So glad most of you managed to make it back.
Yes. Sure.
Yeah. We're hoping more people can get to join in.
You're still coming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we did have a very fruitful day 1. It actually exceeded our expectations, I must say. And I'm so grateful to all of you for joining in and participating in all the discussions. So this morning we'll start with our food safety culture guru, Taku. I hope he's logged in. He'll take us through how we measure food safety culture. But before we get to him, I think let's have some sort of recap, and if you had any pressing questions that he can handle, because he will leave us at 10:15. So let's have those questions for him so that he can handle them before he leaves us. We had some interesting questions yesterday. We had issues around how do we inculcate this food safety culture or food safety knowledge into our curriculum for either the young kids or even university learning. We also had interesting comments looking at, it doesn't matter how small you are, it's a food safety. If you're going to have a foodborne illness, it won't choose whether you're from a big enterprise or a small business, or whether you're rich or poor. Okay, so food safety cuts across all socioeconomic status. We looked at also things related to basic food safety practices. Okay, so we don't really have to look at the fancy food safety gadgets and all that, but mostly it's just the basic hand washing, pest control, waste management, okay, that we really need to focus on. And we also looked at the advantage of being small, right? You don't have to be a big enterprise for you to start practicing food safety. But it's easier when you're much smaller, when you have 4 or 5 people, and it's so much easier for you to manage, right? I don't know, anything else that you slept over, or something that bothered you as you were trying to sleep that you want to just bring forward for us to discuss? Any questions that you have for Taku to handle? Mrs. Kasande is also on hand. Nozipo is also on hand. We have experts from ZABS who are also on hand to just respond to your queries and your questions. So please, anyone with any comments or questions, we have about 12 minutes until Taku comes over and takes us through measuring food safety culture. So just raise your hand, switch on your mic, and let's get talking before we get into the lesson for today. Anyone? Your experiences? Yes, Esther, I've seen your hand. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello? If you want, you can even switch on your video so that we see you.
You don't want to see me now.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead. Please go ahead, we understand.
I look terrible, Gladys.
Okay, we understand.
My question is, how can
Yeah.
we get, how can we get the mindset of food safety in consumers in Africa, seeing that that's really the biggest problem? If you look at developed countries, food safety is driven by consumers.
Yeah.
So how do we get to that point? How do we change the mindset? I think looking at the approach that the developed countries have taken, I think that's really a better route, because it's being demanded for. So whether you like it or not, as a manufacturer, producer, or a supplier, you have to abide by what the consumer wants.
Yeah. That's
So how
a
do we
very
get
good
there?
point there.
Really,
Yeah. Yeah. That's a very good point there.
that's
And
really what's been bothering me.
Mm. Okay, so we have something on the table for discussion. How are we going to inculcate the culture of food safety in our consumers? Because it starts from consumer demand, okay? In most of these food safety management systems, these are what are termed as customer requirements. What does the customer want? Okay, so now how do we get the culture of food safety inculcated in our consumers so that they start demanding for safe products and not substandard products? So that's something that we need to discuss. And I would love for us to have that discussion, especially in the afternoon when we have much more time, so that we start looking at some of the things that we can start practicing even in our own capacity, whether small or big, to start putting this thing out there for consumers to start demanding safe products. Esther, is that fine?
Yes, that's
I
fine.
don't know
Thank you.
if Taku also tried to handle that. I've seen his online. Taku, are you there? If you want to handle that now. Okota.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
Yeah, I had the question. My question was, does the consumer know what he is supposed to demand? If I could challenge the other stakeholders within the shared responsibility model, we've got our operator.
Oh, this is funny.
Hello?
I would kindly request everybody to just turn off your mics if you're not given the floor to speak, so that we allow one speaker to speak at a time. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
Taku, you can go ahead.
There's the concept of shared responsibility. And that shared responsibility for food safety, if you look at is the FAO model of shared responsibility, FAO Codex model, around who is in charge of managing the national food regulatory systems. They are journalists in our midst. Do they make the consumer aware of their hazards? Do they take their part in part of that shared model? They are supermarkets. Do they talk about food safety? They are even the regulatory bodies themselves. Do they have got a consumer engagement arm to them, or policy when they lobby with the politicians? Our politicians talking about food safety. So if you look at between the US and the EU, there's debate within the consumers. There are magazines talking about, we don't get the same standards of food, high level protection for our society. High level protection for our society. So sometimes the consumer doesn't necessarily need to know, but the politicians should be able to say, we've got an interest to protect our consumers. And I think there are more other participants in with the shared responsibility who should take up their responsibility, including our consumer bodies. They are funded, but sometimes you ask yourself, what have they actually done? So sometimes it's the competence within the organizations, the organizations that are in charge of these shared responsibilities. So for long, I think some of the I think there is Emmanuel chatting. So some of the shared responsibilities are not being taken seriously by all the other partners. So it might as well, we need to go back to so the consumer doesn't have anyone who engages him. The average consumer knows that they know about STDs, they know about sexual health, but they don't know there are over 200 diseases that you can get from food.
Yeah.
We do have got normative institutions like the FAOs, and they are more into the information, but supporting consumer work. We can
I'm
give-
sorry, Taku, to interject. Sorry, ladies. I'm just thinking we can't hear him very clearly. Sorry, Taku.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
It's a bit-
it's a bit. Your voice is breaking a little bit, and
It's breaking. Okay, let me try and exit.
it's getting better.
Okay. Is it better now?
You carry on. Let's see. Yeah?
Let me see whether there is anything else on my computer that might be
It's getting better.
okay. I'll
Thank you.
try and switch off all other things on this computer, which just
Okay.
makes which I think might make data. Maybe there's so much use of data onto the. I think this should be better now. I've tried to switch off almost every other program around.
It's better. We can now hear.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Taku. Thanks, Kedi.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I think we can get one more hand, and then the others we will leave them for about. You can just hold on up to about 10 hours. Then Taku can handle more hands for 15 minutes before he leaves us. So can we get Dr. Stali? Maybe you can make your comment or your question, then we can get into the lesson at 10:15.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
On yesterday's, I think Kosa's presentation, which I found to be very interesting when she was talking about how we can inculcate a food safety culture by messaging, giving effective messages to the workers and in trying to change their behavior. So I was just reflecting on my experience having conducted a few trainings on food safety, for food handlers on food hygiene. I think one of the challenges that we face with messaging is I've discovered that most of the workers, especially in restaurants, food establishments, they are of low education. And when you're training them, you need to do most of the training in local languages. And it's really a challenge with most of the scientific terms that we use in food safety to actually get them through to them in local languages. So we have to be very innovative in our institutions if we really have to get the message home to these people, because most of them are of low education and they don't understand these terms. The second one is, I think we have been talking about behavior change, but what I've seen in a few food establishments that I've visited is that most of the managers would want their workers to change their behavior, but they don't make it easy for them. So what I'm saying is that sometimes we don't need to change people's behavior. We need to change the environment, and then their behaviors will consistently change according to the environment. For example, if you don't have a hand washing station in your food establishment and ask workers to wash their hands, they will not find it easy. But if you put a hand washing station for them, it becomes easy for them to wash their hands. So as maybe food owners, business owners of businesses, we also need to think about how can we adjust our environments to make sure that our workers actually comply to these standards that we are talking about. Thank you.
I like that. I've just posted that on the chat. Change the environment. What we call an enabling environment, right? For behavior change, so that the food safety culture can be sustained. Yeah, I like that. Mrs. K, you have something to say?
I'm just agreeing with the speaker and yourself. So I keep on saying,
I like that. I think I can still see some hands, but I would kindly request that we hold on to our comments and our questions, because we only have Taku with us for an hour this morning. So if we can allow him to just take us through the material that he has prepared for us, then at 10 hours, we can allow comments and questions. I've taken note of the people who've raised their hands right now. I think we'll start with Emilia, then Xavier, then Daliso, then Mwanga, and then Bright, like that at 10 hours. Is that okay? I just want us to make use of Taku right now while he's still available, so that we get as much information from him as we can. He's our food safety culture guru. So if that's okay, I'll allow Taku now to just take over. Thank you, everyone. Taku, you can take it away.
Hello.
You are breaking a bit.
Can everyone hear me now? Hello.
It's still breaking, but carry on. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. Yesterday we talked about the changing context around us. Our world is changing, and we have to change. The agenda of reforming our food safety systems is increased. We are in a volatile, complex post-COVID new world. There's food nationalism, and businesses are changing. Business strategies are changing. The issue of ethics and sustainability and culture in businesses is rising. The need for culture, hefty fines, leadership involvement, complexity of organizations as new requirements are coming. Hence, requirements to systemize culture within our organizations, as well as stakeholders. Sorry, I just need to optimize something on my screen here. In terms of stakeholders, we do. In terms of stakeholders, need for consumer trust. So all this comes back now to the food business owners that we have. We have a responsibility. We talked about our responsibility as food business owners to make sure we produce from a good facility. We don't produce from we use the safe formula, and we build a positive food safety culture and provide an environment for good, like what has been said, I think is Doris, around providing a good human behavior environment in which good human behaviors can flourish within our food. Yeah, we do. So we need to look into our laws and understand what is our responsibilities. What is our responsibilities for food safety within as participants, and what are our legal responsibilities? I said something controversial. I still believe in it. Most of our supermarkets are supermarkets, and others are mere criminals.
Sorry, Taku.
Yeah.
It's still not clear. Well,
Still not clear.
yeah.
Okay, let me.
Okay, now there you sound clear. I don't know what you did.
Am I clear now?
No. I don't know if you moved or something, but it was clear just a few seconds ago.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see what's going on in just 1 second. I might look at what processes are running in the background of my
Okay.
my
There
computer.
you sound very Now you sound very clear. I don't know what's happening.
Then that might sometimes, is it better now?
Not really, no.
Or maybe if I could come out and log in again.
Yeah, maybe.
Like what we did yesterday.
Okay.
Maybe
okay.
it is the position of the speaker, because it looks like at one point you were in a particular position and we're getting you so well. And when you started talking, maybe you assume another position, which is maybe a bit far away from the microphone. I don't know.
Yeah, and there seems to be some feedback.
Okay, I'll switch all devices around me.
Okay, so maybe as we wait for Taku to log back in, I think Emilia, you had your hand up earlier. Maybe you could come in as we wait for Taku to get back.
Actually, most of the things I wanted to talk about have been mentioned, but I wanted to link what was said yesterday about manufacturers bearing a huge load of ensuring food safety, and also these having to be a brand of malfunctioning of food security. And the speaker also talked about supermarkets, retailers having less load on themselves. And he was also like blaming consumers. I wouldn't say blaming, but let me just say blaming undercoat consumers of not being responsible for food security, food safety, or having very little responsibility. And I was thinking that this complacency or indifference on part of consumers may be linked to ignorance or lack of knowledge. And this has been mentioned, I think, by Kufa. And you can actually see this, that it's lack of knowledge or ignorance, because at certain bus termini, you can actually see the selling and consumption of products, say, polony, and this product being sold from baskets, and people just buying happily and consuming this. Can we really say that these consumers are aware of the hazards associated with that particular product that they are consuming? Honestly, we would say no. So consumer awareness and education, I think, is fundamental for food safety. This is as good as we consider regulation or formulation and enforcement of food safety laws or guidelines. Surveillance is important, as well as consumer awareness and education. And from what we know from history that there are stories and experiences where what seemingly to be a weak or a mal-equipped army or front can defeat a very tough enemy or force just because they have got the support of the society of people. Same applies with food safety. If you want to win this battle, we have got to have the populace well informed so that they're working with us. So what am I saying? The education of consumers is really important. Education on hazards. Yes, someone said that sometimes it is very difficult to convey information, scientific terms to the general populace. We have got to be innovative. Try to make the information, the message, get it to the people, although they may not understand these terms that we use, but the essence of the message has got to get to the consumer.
Thank you so much for that. I see Taku is back.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Not so good still.
Maybe it's better. Or maybe I will put my video off and talk to the screen.
Okay, let's try that and see.
Are there many people with their videos on?
If there's anybody with their videos on, we could kindly switch them off for now. Okay.
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's.
So I was talking that so as food businesses, we need a plan. We need to put in HACCP plans.
Ish, it's still breaking though.
As food businesses, we need to put HACCP plans.
Okay, let's see. Go through the slide and let's see how it flows. But it's still breaking.
Straight. We need to put in HACCP plans in our businesses, and so we talked about food safety culture yesterday. We talked about it as shared values, beliefs, which is within the organization, which is what is in the organization and what's not in the organization. So this is just a summary. So we are in a new era where we need to look at food safety through the cultural perspective. We need to change our approach. We need to transform our organizations. We need to reframe how, as scientists, we manage technical issues and incorporate them into corporate governance and simplify the message for the consumers. We talked about food safety at national level, and that's where it all starts in terms of everyone within their systems, within the national food control, take their part and be proactive within their responsibilities. We talked about it at household level. Somebody talked about let's make it at household level. WHO and WHO have got their 5 keys to improve food safety at household levels, and these programs can be intertwined, can be made into vernacular languages and make awareness at household level. We talked about community settings, at funerals, at parlors, and all those people who are providing catering, they help the community when they demonstrate that the community starts to realize what is done when they go for weddings, and that's how they assimilate the information, because they do see the controls and realize, we have to do it this way. We talked about the organization, the food safety organization, where food safety culture is integral to part of your priorities, your organizational structures, and is the behavior in your business. And we talked about yesterday who is responsible for food safety or for culture. We talked about middle level, compliance, at shop floor level. We talked about middle level. Everyone is a role in terms of building food safety culture. So, but it has to be led from the top. We talked about food culture is in overarching concept with which within all the systems we put in our business, in terms of our plans, our food safety, our design, our products, our environment prerequisite programs, our HACCP, our food defense, all our food program will be sustained by culture. We talked about levels, and we talked about where it fits in. Where does culture sit in within our systems? How do these things interact? We've got a management system and a performance. So how do we take it from a management system to performance? Food safety management, you've got culture in your systems integrated with leadership, communication, commitment, environment, risk, and you get a good performance or food safety performance. We talked about leadership culture, and we talked about antecedents. And one of the key antecedents that we looked at is measurement. We talked about it briefly. So this morning we want to talk about how do we measure food safety culture. We will talk briefly about how we measure food safety culture. We have got to measure, we have to be very deliberate in measuring food safety culture as we are implementing our systems. When do we measure the food safety culture? We may, within the journey of implementing our systems, we need to, as we are starting to prepare our systems, let's be culture focused. We can be proactively implement the culture as we are preparing to build our system. You prepare, you plan for it, you build your system, you use your system, you are improving your systems, you are improving them. But as you are preparing, you start really by measuring, and you can still measure the culture as well when you are trying to improve it or midway the processes. Yeah. So in terms of measuring food safety culture, you need to do a food safety culture. There are 3 approaches to measuring food safety culture. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We are getting you clearly.
Yeah, now you are clear, my brother.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Now that you can hear me. So, in terms of food safety culture, you can't improve something that you can't measure. That is the basis of the need to measure food safety culture. So there are different types. There is a different. So you can. The approach to your transformation needs to start by having some kind of diagnosis about where are we. You actually know your food safety culture. You have got a gut feel about your food safety culture. So there is your own impression in your business from that diagnosis, your own impression in your business. You do your gap analysis. During your gap analysis there, you can actually see that we do have got cultural issues here. You've got your insight into your company and how things work. You can write them down. You've got your review of your non-conformances. You could review your own internal audits or your gap analysis. That gives your own impression as a business about your food safety culture. You can then go into in-depth analysis tools. There are different in-depth analysis tools that can be used. And as I said, the ABC model for behavior changing these antecedents, there is a measurement component that I've indicated. So this is what I was talking about, your own impression. You can have in-depth analysis and you can intervene. So the intervention, the last intervention is mainly these structured improvement frameworks that you use to structure. But coming back to your measurement, your own analysis, I've discussed about them. The in-depth one, there's been attempts by different food safety culture experts to try and define how can we have an assessment tool an assessment tool that goes into the general consensus around assessment is mainly people try and identify the types and give the types of culture within an organization, some kind of descriptors to describe our type. Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it progressive? Is it proactive? Different lexicons. So you can have your own description of your own framework of how you describe culture in your organization. Then you kind of have to look at then the stage at which you are within your system to say if our system is now at this stage, it means our maturity of culture is now at this stage, looking at different behaviors, a set of behaviors and or a set of performance of the organization that becomes a maturity stage. So that's just how. So it's over 2 dimensions. You describe the nature of your culture and the maturity it is. Then you try to then intervene. The intervention stage is matching your maturity and your culture and your culture where you are. So these are the GFSI. They've created a model on. I'll come back to it in terms of different dimensions of food of things that contribute to food safety culture. So these dimensions can be spread. Your maturity of implementation around these different dimensions can be will be part of your maturity level. That if our food safety management system has got near misses are being managed, or if our organizational structure is fully developed, our mission, you distribute these across different your different maturity levels. Yeah, but you can use assessments that have been developed by other institutions like Taylor Shannon. They've got a culture excellence model, that measures different components of your culture. It's a questionnaire where you score, and then they measure 16 attributes or 16 dimensions of food safety culture. How you empower your people. They've got people systems, they've got process, they've got purpose, they've got your proactivity. So depending on how you score, a different number of questions, how you score on how you empower people. So there will be questions which talks to empowerment with a different maturity level. And there will be questions which talk to reinforcement with different maturity level. To say an organization like this reinforces people with this. So that then becomes, you can then have a score, a few that we are weak on people, we are strong on processes, we are strong on proactivity, awareness, foresight, learning, and investment. So it is a framework that you can use to give you an insight into your organizational culture, upon which you can then decide how do we improve and targets your areas of weakness. But at least you've got a measure of things that talks to food safety culture. So in summary, your measure, I could recap, your measure, to measure food safety culture, you measure it across dimension and capability areas. So those dimensions, the capability areas could be your people, your systems, the things I said are your antecedents, or your capability areas, things that develop the capability of the organization to get a good culture. I don't know whether we are following each other. Hello?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so
Yes, we are.
So that's having a triangulation of methods. So you could have interviews, you could use questionnaires to your people, depending on what level of culture. Is it at individual level? Is it at organizational level? Yeah, you can use different methods, observations to give yourself. But now we are talking within the context of a food business. So you could look at it at a whole organization or at people's side. You could then look at your questionnaires, really put a a number of questions that talks to different dimensions in your business. And to recap, you identify your levels of food safety culture. So the level, you could look at it from a point of negative and positive. Is it, Kotza talked about the calculative, the doubting, the proactive, the leaders. So it may well be those leaders are pathologically calculative, they are doubters, we are looking at it either from people behavior or organizational compliance. You could look at it from, so within those levels, there has to be a direction within those levels in terms of improvement, your trajectory. Are you strong? Are you positive? Are you negative? So you can, there could be other descriptions in terms of your direction, which you may choose. Yeah. So this, I think this is the culture here. I've looked at pathological liars or pathological doubters, calculative non-compliers, to people who are quite reactive. We only react after there is a problem. We doubt, we are overconfident of ourselves, and complacency in others who are complacent. We have been in this business for the last 10 years. We are the biggest manufacturer. We can do what we want. No one does. Creative ones, yeah. So it then just becomes different types of food safety culture. You identify the types of culture in your business. Is it an informed culture? Are you reporting issues? So when you are identifying, hello? Can we follow me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear
hear
you.
you. We are following.
Yes, we are following.
Culture, try and take into consideration these issues. Are we informed? Are we reporting issues? Is there fairness and consistency? Are we flexible? Are we adaptable? Are we learning to improve? Are the jobs? Is it task-oriented activity that is happening? What are the relationships and interpersonal issues within the business? Yeah. So that's pretty much about measuring food safety culture, really, which is to measure it, you need to have a tool to measure the culture. You need to have an in-depth analysis. You need to use a tool, a framework, and those frameworks are around that. They are, in summary, those frameworks are around what are your dimensions? What are you, within those dimensions, can you describe them? And what are your levels of maturity? And you can look at different tools. The BRC have got their safety in terms of the tool that they can use. Yeah. I'm not sure whether, so that's all about measuring food safety culture. Sorry about that. That we need to use some tools. We need to use an assessment method, and there are different assessment methods that you can use. As your food safety authorities, like ZABS, you can develop a culture tool to assess your clients, and that culture tool that you use as ZABS to assess your clients, it then gives them a roadmap. You give them a roadmap around how to improve food safety culture. The Food Standards Authority in the UK, they do have got their culture model. They do an assessment. BRC has got its own culture model. An assessment toolkit around culture, which they use, and companies can then use those models to do self-diagnosis, or they can use they can develop their own assessment. But I would advise ZABs to take a step forward and create a culture model for operators within their food operators within their ecosystem. And with their ZAB auditors who go with these culture assessments and assessing, as they are doing audit, they do a culture assessment as well. And look into to what extent these issues have been implemented, are existing in the business. What is the proactivity of the leadership? Are they complying with the law? Do they know the law? And you score that culture and you give it a particular score that the subs can decide that this is our culture model. And you can adapt other culture models in different. You could look at what the New Zealand food safety authorities are doing. They are developing, not a developing country, but they are smaller countries like us, countries like New Zealand, who are quite further down the line in terms of systemizing at official level and systemizing at company level. Yeah. So that's really about measuring food safety, measurement of food safety culture. And I might as well maybe just share a little bit around the measuring of food culture. The BRC approach is you measure, you understand, you create a plan of action, you demonstrate effectiveness, and you continuously improve. So other GFS standards look at this, because I will talk to you about the FSSC standards and the improvement, but measurement of your culture is the first basic step on your transformation journey. And the frameworks will give you both an idea of measurement as well as an idea of how we can intervene and what things we need to address to reach to another level. Yeah. And I think that's all about food safety culture measurement. It's not complex. It's we could find different types of questions that talks to different dimensions, and that's what consultants will help you to say, we now want to take a step to develop our food safety culture. And Kosa will talk to you about the food safety culture guidance of FSSC, which is trying to give people, to signpost people some areas where culture is implemented within the FSSC standard, within the ISO 9000 standards. So within those, it's those areas where you can start probing how you are performing and your maturity levels around those areas, to measure and kind of give a score to where you are at in terms of maturity, and describe that culture, and then you have a roadmap as to where you want to be. So that's it for me in terms of food safety culture, because I will go more in detail on different dimensions of food safety culture. Yeah, and the FSSC approach to implementing this culture and systemizing in their requirements for measurements, GFSI, that sort of thing. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
We are here. We are here. Thank you, Taku. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. I'm Gladys.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Taku, for that. I think we can invite the comments and questions that we had from earlier on. I just took down notes of names of people who had raised. They're ready to go. I think Emilia passed her comments. Can we have Xavier, then Daliso, then Mwanga? Xavier, are you there? Or Mwanga, I see if you're ready, you can go ahead as we wait for the others to come on.
Hello, this is Mwanga. Can you get me?
Yes, we can get you.
Yes, my worry was the food safety starting from the primary production. The regulators seem not to be very much concerned with the primary production. For example, the farmers, you find that they may spray their vegetables or whatever their crops. Maybe before the withdrawal period, you find that they are selling their vegetables. Or sometimes you find that they may inject antibiotics to their pig or to their cow. Then before the antibiotic is finished in the body, you find that they may slaughter the animal and sell the animal. So you find that I feel the regulators are more concerned with the manufacturers. I feel it is important also the regulators also go down to the primary production, that is the farmers. So that was my consent.
Okay. Thank you so much. We can have Edward, you can pass your comment, then Taku can come on. Yes, Edward, go ahead. You are breaking, Edward.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Your line is quite bad, Edward. We can't get you. Okay, maybe okay, as you do that, maybe we can have Xavier come on. Yes, Xavier, good morning. You can go ahead. Is that Edward? Edward, you can mute your mic as you try to, yeah. Okay, Xavier, you can go ahead. Hello? Xavier, are you there? Okay, maybe Xavier is having challenges. What about Priscilla? Priscilla, you had raised your hand earlier, or Dali, so if you are ready, you can pass your comments. Wilfred, hello? Can you please mute your mic? Okay. Okay, I don't think we have anyone. Maybe Wilfred can go on now. Hello, Wilfred.
Hello, Gladys.
Hi, Wilfred. Yes,
thanks,
you can
thanks,
pass your comment.
Yes, thanks so much. Well, I was concerned also with the primary producers in terms of food culture. You would note that majority of the food actually comes from primary producers. And if you look at the highest consumption is also from primary producers. But then we have inadequate regulations to make sure, for example, we don't know how safe the food at Soweto market is. What happened? You'll just
Hello, Wilfred. We seem to have lost you.
Hello.
Hello, Wilfred.
Can I respond to Wilfred whilst he's trying to connect his computer back on?
Okay,
The-
all right. Okay.
Are you able to get me?
I think
Are you able to get me?
You are breaking, but I think Taku got
Oh.
your concern. He's trying to respond now.
Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Okay. Taku,
we,
you can go ahead.
we have talked about the agenda for reforming, that we have got an urgent need to reform and modernize, our food safety systems. So the concerns being raised that we are not looking so much into the production. We do get urban agriculture. We have got a lot of urban agriculture. People grow maize where there's sewage overflowing in the soils, vegetables which may have typhoid, noroviruses. Some of the vegetables by the street markets, we don't know what type of water, what type of fertilizer. Did they go and get human sludge? And then the farmer just put human sludge. So it is around our authorities to consciously modernize food safety system and say, where are our people getting food? Looking at our vendors, not as vendors, but as food handlers. If you are going to go on the streets, you are not a vendor, you are a food handler. They're a critical component of our supply chain. So what do? Those vendors need to have either a food handler license, a food handler card, formalize that informal system by bringing that formality. Then you now then go into the production methods. They know what chemicals to use, what not to use, but a lot of companies who are already selling these chemicals, they do give pamphlets and how those are gonna be used. But the difference is if a farmer has got their vegetable, they've put an anti-aphid there, and they run out of cash, and the product still has got 2 weeks withdrawal period, and they want to send their children to school. Is it the ethics around it that it now becomes a question of ethics? How can we how can we empower them with an ethical behavior, not to sell product that is further down, that is not yet out of withdrawal period, for an example? And how do we do market surveillance of pesticides in food? In our university, in our government analysts and the like, they could do those survey how much pesticides and chemical residue is in food in our markets.
Yeah.
Those kind of things, and bringing these into public policy. It could even journalists can commission that with a private laboratory. They could look at a sample, send it to a private laboratory, look at the statistics, write a story. They bring consciousness that there's so much cadmium, there's so much chlorate in the vegetables people are eating, there's so much either nickel, there could be mercury residue because the vegetable on this market came from an artisanal mine, next to an artisanal mine with water from an irrigation of those kind of issues. So it's about the coordination of things and having a shared responsibility, or a responsibility deal, a social contract having a social contract between participants in the National Food Control, food safety responsibility deals or responsibility pact across everyone in the dimension, and then say, how do we move forward? That's my suggestion.
Great. So reform, social contracts. I like what you said, that we need to stop looking at vendors as vendors. They are food handlers. Yeah, I really love that. And I think once we start looking at that, we'll start putting up certain requirements that they need to fulfill, really, because we can't have one set of food handlers who have to comply, and then the other set that actually provides food to many more people than, you know, the formalized sector, doesn't have any sort of requirements. They do not have any obligations to fulfill. I think that's quite a gap on our part. So we need to start looking at these vendors as food handlers, give them certain requirements that they also need to meet, really. I like that. Xavier, are you ready to go on now with your comment?
Yes, I'm ready. Am I clear?
Okay. Yes, you are clear.
Okay. We've been talking
Please go
about
ahead.
yes, we've been talking about food safety at organizational level, and I'm glad that some people have mentioned, have raised concern on primary producers such as the farmers. Now, my question is there a deliberate policy looking at food safety in schools, especially from primary to university level? Because I've noticed that, observed rather, that there is some complacency as far as food safety is concerned. So is there any deliberate policy that is being put up, or in future there is one? I need clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to believe you're asking about the Zambian setup.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll let the experts on the platform to help handle that one.
All right.
Dali, so you had your hand up?
Hi, Gladys. Yes, it's reflecting as there is somebody's window. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The comment I had is, has to do with the issue on sensitization of the consumers in terms of food safety culture enhancement. What I see is that we, most of the time, the packaging of the information is properly done on all platforms that you need to convey the message on, whether it's written material, whether it's verbal, whether it's public address systems, whether it's one-on-one engagement with the facilities or with the consumers themselves. And then you set out. But then one thing I've come to notice is there are few times that authorities, that is regulators or organizations would follow up and try to get feedback from those people if at all they got the message. Because you may think you have communicated and yet you have not, you have just disseminated information which you are not sure how it has been received or how it was interpreted by the recipients. So the aspect of getting feedback is one where we have to improve on as much as we may engage the consumers in a one-way situation where we want them to hear us out, other than giving a proper 2x2, a second feedback that you may want to get in terms of their opinion and how they understand it. Because if you get the feedback, that is the only way you're going to better improve the system. Otherwise, you may not improve the system so well. But otherwise, from the experiences we've had, we've discovered that people actually know what they need to do, but they decide to put a blind eye on the compliance component and focus more on the cost in terms of making it happen. So I felt I should anchor on that one. Then there was a question that was asked over the issues regarding the school setup in terms of food safety culture. That component is actually ongoing. If I may speak for Zambian setup, that is on both sides, the local authorities as well as the Ministry of Health, where we have school health programs which ensure that all school sections are inspected, and that includes the kitchens. But then, of course, like we have mentioned, it takes time but yet they may check a lot. Certain facilities are provided for the food safety culture to actually be comprehensive for them to it effectively. I felt I should hint on that.
Can I put a little bit of input on that? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can I put some comments on that? I think the food business owners, one experience that I've seen in other countries is as simple as asking each food business owner to put a food safety commitment on the door of a restaurant, or to put a statement, a structured statement that says, we are this is me, the food safety business owner, identify their name on the door. I commit to having good hygiene. I commit to food safety. I commit to this. It's a standard template from a government department with that, and then it goes on the door. So what that does is every consumer who is coming into the restaurant, he's seeing the word food safety and the commitment of the food business owner. And it empowers them to reflect upon it and then say, I've got this, including I need to question food safety. It empowers them. If you put it in the doors of all the schools, like schools, hospitals, they have to have got a food safety policy. That if you're a school, what is your food safety policy in terms of how do you implement that as a headmaster, as a hospital owner, as a hospital administrator? What is the food safety policy in the hospital? Because a lot of people get food safety food poisoning in the hospital, and they may actually get, and no one really knows that was it the disease or it is a contamination in the food that they ate. So having private hospitals, even doctors, when you go to the doctor, can you see a pamphlet in the doctor's room which is promoting food safety and good food safety hygiene as an infection control or as a way of healthy living, promoting health promotion? So it could be, food safety information could be disseminated at the right places where it is strategic, which gets reinforcement and engagement rather than just communication. I take note of that phrase that sometimes authorities are just communicating. They're just disseminating information, but they are not communicating, and they are not engaging, and they are not reinforcing. So having a radar model of communication is called, maybe going back to your communication strategy and say, what's our communication strategy as authorities or as operators, as participants in the shared responsibility model? What is our communication strategy? What do we want that communication to achieve? So planning the communication, and where do we communicate to achieve the objectives? So a lot of communication that I see is more donor driven. Okay, the donor wants us to have communication. We will say we did a Twitter, we justify our existence without necessarily saying what is it that is going to benefit the outcomes. Put a real strategic communication framework that talks to sustained culture. So those are some of the issues that you can do. That how approaches I think we can do within an African setting, that everyone knows and knows what food safety culture is in their psyche every day. And we could as well look at either the scoring or the licensing system where you put scores on the door. When you get your license and inspected, you've got to present that license and your score against your amber, red, number 1, number 2, number 5, in terms of your score. of all the food saving premises, and then you communicate those scores that now restaurants and eating facilities in Zambia will have got a score on the door. And this score means that, this score means that, and you force all operators to have a score on the door. Of course, corruption will start, people faking their scores, but it's a different problem altogether that you can manage. But at least that step of getting the producer and the consumer to talk to a particular framework that engages them on food safety is the way forward. Yeah, that's my comments.
Okay, great. Thank you, Taku. We can have Haben. Haben, I've seen your hand is up. But maybe before that, let's have Bright. Bright has had his hand up raised for some time. Bright, if you're ready, we have a few more minutes with Taku. Maybe we can have Bright, Haben, and Luamfwe, then we can let Taku go for now. Anyone ready to go? Haben, Bright.
Okay, thank you, Gladys. I think my quick reaction is on two fronts. The first one is on the issue of the schools and largely food safety. I don't know if it's Wendo who gave an overview of the Zambian situation. I think from my side, I don't think we've done so much. I know there's what we call it's health and nutrition that is going on right now. But as from the greater point of view, I think we need to strengthen that so that we bring out real issues anchored on, let's say, risk assessment and stuff like that. Just I think recently should be in Eastern Province, there was issues that came out with the feeding program that goes on in schools here and there. So we really need to invest in that approach so that the kids that are in schools really have the stuff that they need to have anchored on food safety policies. And also we need to buy into the current act where there is a scientific advisory committee. All in all, we need to enhance a lot of innovations rather than just talking, oh, we have the school health and nutrition policy. But when you go on the ground, how much are we doing to bring out these issues? It's not much. You can do an interview with the kids. I don't think they have enough data we can strongly say the kids, we have given them enough information on food safety. Then I think Tak also talked about the scoring of restaurants. I'm glad to mention that as a professional board from the Zambian perspective, we're advancing what we call hygiene rating scheme. And we'll be getting in touch with the sponsors of the program here and there to see how we can advance the move. Otherwise, we started something last year that will border mainly on the restaurants and the like, to see how we can give strength to the consumer so that they have got powers to choose where they eat from, anchored on food safety. I think that's my comment.
Okay, thank you for that, Haben. Please do get in touch and let's see how we can support that program as well.
Yeah, I think just to keep on what he said about schools, what stops the headmaster, Minister of Health, to say that you are a headmaster, you are in charge of children and what they eat when they are in your premises, you are a headmaster of a boarding school, so what is your food safety policy? At Ministry of Education, they say all headmasters will have a food safety policy, a hygiene policy, they have a COVID policy, they have a health and safety policy at the school, which it starts to engage with them. They've got to make sure that they put that effort to implement those policies right from Ministry of Education. I would have imagined during this COVID has presented us with an opportunity to rethink all within settings. We are putting infection controls to prevent COVID. You put testing, temperature. Why not encompass this now to become, it's a new normal. What is our food safety at school? What is our hand washing procedures, policies, and formalize this within the broader context of health and safety within a premises. And if you are the headmaster, you're in charge of a school and health and safety issues which are involved, including the safety of the food that children eat or the vending of the food that is done within the premises of the school, and in charge of communicating that to the children and to the parents, what is in place. With that, it will create a real transformation. I don't think it takes policies, it takes just a will and responsible leadership and bias for action. Say, okay, after this conference, let's do it. Let's write this. It's a policy, it's already framed. Most of these things we talk, they are somewhere within our legislation. So it may not be a regulation, but it will be a guidance. So even coming to say the legislation says this is the guidance we are giving headmasters. And headmasters will take it on because the guidance is coming from ministry. They've been given a guidance. It's not a regulation. They'll start following the guidance. It will take a life of its own before you legislate. You can give a guidance of what best practice is before you legislate. But what I'm finding is a lot of food control authorities are not even going around the guidance. So in COVID, they've done something because a lot of noise and But in terms of giving guidance on food safety and health and safety within the institutional premises, nothing has really come out. And then even doctors could be asked to do the same around infection controls when people come to the doctor, and some people eat whilst they are waiting in their doctor's room. So what is the food safety controls within the private doctors? So that message gets amplified, and so there's a lot that is stakeholders, if they're going to form a food safety responsibility pact or a deal or a framework which is coordinated by someone of stakeholders and really implement things in a systematic way, you transform culture of food safety. And it's not up to the government. Sometimes it's up to the stakeholders to actually show leadership. Leadership must lead. If we are leaders in health, if we are leaders in the standards bodies, if we are leaders in the media, we are leaders, the onus is on us, leadership must lead. So at the moment with food safety, leaders have abdicated their leadership. That's my viewpoint.
I love that. We have to lead even in our various capacities, our various institutions. And we don't have to wait for the government to say, oh, the food safety regulation on this is this and this. But within our own capacities, our own restaurants, our schools, we have to start there. And I think once we are able to capture those people who are within our vicinity, in our surroundings, we are already making a change. That is such a good point. I have a colleague, I don't know if she's logged in, who did a study on food safety in these schools that have restaurants and food premises. I don't know if she would love to give some comments on that. I won't single her out, but it would be good for us to hear some of the things that she found in these schools. I will not single her out, but okay. Bright, if you are ready, then Luamfwe, then David, then we can let Taku go. Then we take a short break after that. Bright, are you ready now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, but we are getting some noise in the background.
Morning.
We can't hear you clearly.
Can you hear me clearly now?
It's better. Maybe try to speak up.
I wanted to respond to the question where you said, how can we raise consumer awareness? And I think this is something which is broad because I've seen scenarios like, for instance, I would give an example from the company I'm working from. The management is more committed in raising the food safety awareness. But now the thing is, where that food goes after we have sold the food out there, you find that even those that bought from us as the wholesalers to go and sell to the retailers, you find that they are also selling in certain quantities in such a way that even those that buy those foods, they will go and sell the food on the market. So what I was thinking was, if we are to raise consumer awareness, then it's something which has to start with the government.
Can you kindly speak up, Bright? We are losing you.
I think it's just the poor network where I am here. So I was saying it's something that needs to pass through like different stages. We can talk of like at the national level, what is it that the government is implementing? For instance, in Zambia, which I would love to understand and see and know something about the Zambian regulations on food safety culture, and then also the organizations. And then the companies, I think the companies were like, I would give an example of Supreme Chicken here where I'm working from. At least I've seen top management, from top management to the bottom, everyone else is very much eager in food safety and implementing the food safety culture. But at the level now also on the food handlers, now with these food handlers, like it has been said, we are not only talking about those that are handling food in the food industries, no, we're also talking about those out there. What regulations are they following? And then now, individuals, how can we make these people also aware about food safety? So I was thinking if the government can come on board and then also use means like the media houses also to teach people about food safety culture and what they should expect from the food. Also, organizations should come in and strengthen the instructions or the rules, and then it's going to be very easy for the people to understand the food safety culture. But I think it has much to do with the nation at large because, like the nation has got the power to decide on our behalf. So if they can decide on our behalf, that means it's very simple even to end this street vending that we are discussing today. They can be end up in such a way that the government can come up with some maybe infrastructures where these people are selling food, they can be selling from. But right now, if we go into town, behind City Market there is a pit and people are selling meat there and people are buying. And then also the other thing that has affected this food safety culture to be properly implemented, I feel also there are classes. So you find that these classes, there are other people who can afford to buy expensive foods, but there are some people who cannot. So these people are now buying in smaller quantities and breaking them. Then the people are running for those because they feel that's what they can afford. Also, I don't know what the government is doing also to implement something on these classes so that everyone else at the end of the day they can receive safe food. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to contribute.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Bright. I'll allow Luamfwe and David to quickly make their comments, then Taku can wrap up. Luamfwe?
Hi, Gladys. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I like the way Taku puts the culture in terms of us needing to have the food safety culture in place. But something that I feel sometimes draws us backwards is, especially on the initial step, you find that gap analysis is limited to the organizations. So you go into production plants and we want that gap analysis to be carried out. But then one of the things that we seem to skip overall, as I don't know if I can say confidently as a nation, is we fail to look at the cultural practices and the traditional practices that hold us back if we're going to have food safety implemented across the board. I love how you said we need to look at them as food handlers and not food vendors, because oftentimes I think another speaker highlighted to state you find food is being sold in the marketplaces, and we even have areas where we call matebeto, So you find individuals, even us, we are guilty of that. We'll go to a place where we say, when you go by Matebeto, for example, when you're hungry, you won't see the flies. You only see the flies after you're full, and people will laugh about it. And we'll keep going back to these places. We'll keep purchasing the food. We'll keep saying the chikanda from the street tastes better than the chikanda at home. So food safety culture and norms are also a responsibility for each one of us. But at times when you put on that cap of talking about food safety, when we're in the production plants, when we're carrying out the audits or we're carrying out trainings, so there's this gap where it's like food safety is a responsibility of some sectors or some areas or some levels of society, and it's not every consumer's responsibility. So I feel there's that gap that we need to look at, starting from ourselves, even before we go out and sensitize other people, even before we go out and carry out the trainings that are necessary. And then also we seem to have quite a huge gap when we're looking at access to information. I think someone from LCC highlighted some of the things that are done, and from public health sector, I think that was yesterday. And when you look at markets, for example, they've got an association, and then from the association of the marketeers, they've started programs. I think they started maybe 2 years ago, where they're trying to sensitize and teach the marketeers and also have this accountability in terms of the cleanliness of their, is it their trading booths or whatever products they're putting out. But because us consumers do not understand this, do not know that we have a right to demand this, we'll still go back. We'll go back, we'll purchase, and then after the fact, we're going to complain. And then if we've never gotten sick, we see no wrong with it. Usually we only speak up when we do fall ill after purchasing from a particular area. So I think those are some of the things that we need to look at, these cultural gaps that keep taking us backwards.
Great. David, you can quickly come in.
And morning, everyone. I hope I'm quite audible. Am I, Gladys?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to comment on two aspects. Maybe the one part I can comment on the schools, because we somehow work with a number of schools, supplying them with commodities that they use for the school feeding program. And then I also comment just briefly on the producer side. So on the school feeding program part, yes, it's true. Most of the schools, when they're carrying out this program, they do not have full knowledge of food safety. Basically, they take it that cooking is just something that everyone else can do, and feeding people is just a normal practice. I mean, they do it at home, they do it anywhere. So the food aspect, the food safety aspect is never put into consideration. I've had an opportunity to just go and visit a number of schools where this feeding is being done. And we have had a chance to train some of those people who are preparing these meals for the students, for the children who are in schools. And really to change the way they think, the way they know how to prepare the food. For example, you should be washing hands before you start cooking the food. You should use water that is clean to wash the plate and such things. It's not something that is just easily changed. So yes, there is need for sensitization and education on the people who are handling food, especially in schools, such that the food is safe for the consumption of children. Now, the second aspect I wanted to comment on is on the producer side, where producers are producing certain crops or certain materials to be used by maybe say a processor. Now, we had an opportunity to export some of our raw materials to Europe and to South Africa sometimes. And before you can even export anything, they give you what is called a product specification sheet. In other words, you have to explain that your product meets the specifications that you've set. And then they will also ask you, what do you do in terms of processes, in terms of what people do? You know, you just have to assure them that you have a food safety system in place. Otherwise, they won't accept any of the raw materials that you want to supply to them. Learning from that, I want to believe that even the producers and the processors can contribute to changing the culture of the producer. For example, if I'm to buy raw material from a specific farmer, I should ask this farmer to tell me what they do, how they handle their raw material, and indeed they should meet my specifications that I've set. Like that, I'll be educating them the need to have a good food safety culture within their producing areas. And in so doing, we improve the food safety culture of all of us. Those are just some 2 points I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luamfwe and David. Taku, maybe you can.
Just to wrap up on the, there are some national cultures. Really, we need to look at what are the national culture aspects that impact on our antecedents, which is the things that we need to put before culture flourishes. So some of these are in the nature in which we communicate in our culture. Is deep? Is it simple, direct communication? And how do we intervene in the nature of our communication so that it is understood within a culture context? How do we do persuasion? How do we give feedback? Is it blunt feedback, soft feedback, depending on what is acceptable within the culture? And being cultural context and raising the sense of agents. Then the leading aspect of it, how do we develop leaders and champions even at society level? Our decision making, other cultures are such that decision making is done at a higher level. There are managers who wants to be kings, who are prayed to. And all those, in terms of hierarchy within society, we may want to look at those things and say, how do we communicate? How do we champion food safety, taking into our decision-making norms, where others, the boss knows best. And if the boss doesn't know food safety, but the cultural context in the organization is the boss knows everything. How do we transform that boss? For them to change from I know everything, I make the decisions, and food safety is not their importance. And then in terms of scheduling of activities and how do we schedule activities within a culture program, with organization, at national levels, when do we do things? The right opportunity time to have the maximum impact. Those are things we can look at. Going back to maybe if I reflect at what the last speaker mentioned about schools, if they had that area of school feeding programs, donor funded, self-initiatives, and generally food that is aimed for children, there's quite a lot of unsafe food in that area, from both the provision of the food, manufacturing of the food, and the preparation of that food. And I call it crimes against children. So before we start even the program, we need to conscientize to say that, because most of those women who are cooking, sometimes they do that at community level for a fee. So right before we deploy the program, have we done training to say, this is what you're now going to be trained? They have an incentive. What incentives do we give them right from the beginning for them to go through a culture change before we implement the program? So pre-program implementation planning, do we plan for the culture and change the community? Once you do that, you see those same very women who are or men who are cooking for the school feeding programs, they are going back into the community and spreading the hygiene issues into the community, food safety issues. So you can even have a more impact rather than to then look at the issues when they have now done things for years and years, So I think there's an opportunity of engagement and cultural programs at community level, and all those other sanitation, water and sanitation programs done by donors. They may need to change their approach and put food safety as well within those communities. But the intention being transformation rather than box ticking to donor funding. So my last parting note is we can transform food safety in Africa. We can if we make food safety about ourselves, not about systems, about donor funded programs, but about who we are and need to protect our own index and our lives as a people, and valuing ourselves and valuing each other as human beings. We can transform food safety. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Taku. There's something Dr. Charles always says that you know how we are always emphasizing food safety when we want to export, but not when we are selling to our own, our own local markets. So which means we're selling the good products, the quality products to other markets, and then we are leaving the rubbish, you know what I mean, for our local markets. Yeah. Why do we do that to ourselves? I once interacted with a farmer group that said they are into peanuts. So they said they'll sort the peanuts and the good ones they sell. The ones that are looking not so good and the rotten ones, they keep and feed their families.
Yeah, it's about
that is not right. Why are we killing ourselves so that we get some good money by selling the good products? Why can't we have the good products for ourselves?
Yeah, it's a question of dignity. We need it's dignity to give the African, to us as Africans, to give ourselves a question of dignity. It's a question of ethics. I respect the consumer, their dignity, their health. I've got an ethical responsibility. And then it means that we then improve the entire food safety chain. And people really know let's increase our lives. Let food be thy medicine. We are what we eat. We are what we eat, and contaminants. Our safety authorities transform, modernize. Let's force these supermarkets like Pick n Pay, who demand food safety systems in South Africa for all manufacturers, but in the rest of Africa, if you go to Zimbabwe, you go to this, it's Bamba Zonge. Anyone can put onto their shelves, but in South Africa, for the South African consumer. So it's their ethics as an organization to say, even though Zambian government or Zimbabwean government doesn't require us, is not enforcing us, but it is the right thing to do for the Zimbabwean consumer. Yeah. To protect the dignity of the Zimbabwean or the Zambian by giving the Zambian consumer good food, which is as equivalent to the food that we give to the South African consumer. If we are saying food on the shelf, on the South African shelf, must be of high quality, the same requirements inside, yeah. So they have got a legal responsibility. Let's start with those guys. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Taku. We really, really appreciate your time and your massive knowledge that you've shared with us. I think even from the comments, you're able to see how people are really, really appreciating you and this information that you've given us. We will let you go for now. I hope you'll be able to join us later on. But for now, maybe before you go, I'll kindly ask everyone if we can just switch on our videos briefly so that we try to take a group photo. I'll try to take a screenshot, and I'm sure you can all do the same, but if we can all just try to switch on our videos briefly so that we try to get a group photo. I hope this will work.
With our masks on, Madam Gladys.
Prof, you can remove your mask for a bit. Amon, are you there? Are you able to take the screenshot from your end? I can only see.
Good morning, everybody.
People.
Yes, I'm able to take a group photo from here.
You can take from there. Okay,
Yes,
I think
yes.
that would
yes.
be lovely. Just tell us when to smile so that we're.
No,
all
you can smile right now. What I do is I'm recording the screens as the cameras are coming up. So
okay.
Yeah, so I'm about to
we just keep smiling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, okay, right now we can take a short break for 15 minutes. When we get back, Mrs. Kasande will take us through the rest of the morning session. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so can we get back at 5 to 11? 5 to Is that okay?
It's okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All this time I stayed out of sight. I started wondering why. Now I wish it would rain down on me. Ooh, yes, I wish it would rain down on me now. Ooh, yes, I wish it would
Monday, wanakupasani mapenzi ya ngapi?
And spaces between us, you have come to show you. Go on. Me, you open the door and you hear in my heart, and my heart will go away. Love can touch us one time and last for a lifetime, and never let go till we're gone. Lost when I
Okay, I hope you all quickly got your health break, your teas. I just grabbed my tea and came back. So now we are going to be with Mrs. Katsande. She will take us through the next session. Mrs. K, are you there?
I'm here, Gladys.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And Mrs. K, you can take it away.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gladys. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the presentations. Let me also thank my colleague, Takuva, for a great presentation, very interesting and also very insightful on how to actually implement the food safety culture, and also very important for how to measure the food safety culture. So I'll take you back to the dimensions that we were talking about yesterday. So this is what you need to be implementing. And this will help you also to see how far you are as you are looking at what is expected in each dimension, and that will help you also to improve your food safety culture. Let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. If you can make it slideshow.
Not sure why it's not.
Yes, okay.
It's not going in the slideshow. Let me reshare again.
Okay.
Okay, right.
Yeah, great.
Okay. So yesterday we were talking about the 5 dimensions of a food safety culture, which Taku also alluded to in terms of actually how you would measure food safety culture. So you are looking at these dimensions as per GFSI position paper published in 2018. This is very important information that they presented to improve food safety in every food business. So anyone at any level in the food business environment can actually implement these dimensions to improve their food safety culture. So yesterday I spoke about the vision and the mission as one of the dimensions, where we are talking about the structure, how it can enable you to have food safety culture, the values and your purpose. We also spoke about when setting direction or strategic direction, very important to also include food safety perspective, very important, so that also that can be embedded in your strategic direction. So every time when we are setting strategic direction, we also always to remember to include food safety aspects, food safety requirements. And also we spoke about food safety expectations, that whenever even we are setting our strategic directions as well, we need to make sure that we also consider food safety expectations. Taku also touched on that. Very important food safety expectations. We must be thinking about that, make sure that we are meeting food safety expectations. Then we spoke about leadership and messaging. We emphasized on leadership commitment, very important, top management. Even if when we talk about systems like ISO 22000, they still come out, it has to talk about leadership commitment, very important. And we spoke about everyone is a leader at their level. They need to inculcate that they must lead by example, very important. And we spoke about messaging. How do you communicate? Leaders must continuously send positive messages about food safety. They must be on the forefront communicating on food safety aspects. Then now I want to move on to people, this dimension on people. What are we going to focus on? What are we going to look at to make sure that we have a food safety culture? So we'll talk about stakeholders. and we'll talk about governance. Then also we have issues of communication, very
Hello?
important.
Hello, Mrs. K. Sorry to interrupt. There's a beeping sound coming from the microphone, and yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Let me just look at how I can correct that. There's some equipment that is making that beeping sound. Colleagues, sorry about that. I'll proceed. We're talking about the people dimension. We're talking about the dimension consists of the stakeholders. We need to talk about that, governance, communication. Then also the emphasis is on learning organization, that there must be continuous improvement. So we must be a learning organization. So this is an aspect. If your organization is not a learning organization, then also it indicates the level of maturity of your food safety culture. Then we also talk about incentives, rewards and recognition. I think it was Philippa also touched on it yesterday. So these are all components of the dimension that falls under people. And then we will talk about consistency. That's the third dimension, as I mentioned yesterday, where we are talking about accountability, performance, measurement, and also documentation. Then the aspect of adaptability. We'll also talk about food safety expectations and current state, agility, change, crisis management, and problem solving. We have also the fifth dimension, where we need as a business to be able to identify hazards and make sure that it's done across the organization. Employees must be able to identify hazards in their area of work and also need to be aware of risks. So this is another component which includes foundational hazard information, which I'll take you through. Employee engagement, very important. They should be able to report any food safety concern. That's very critical. Taku also touched on that. Verify hazard and risk awareness. We should be able to verify if our awareness on food safety hazards and risks is effective. Are we making people aware of these hazards? So I'll also take you through briefly. Okay, so let's talk about the people I mentioned. So we understand already, and we've seen that people play a very important role in our food safety management systems. For us to have safe products, we have to make sure that our people are playing their role. So people are quite a critical component, as we can see from our own discussions as well on this platform. People are a critical component of any food safety culture. I'll talk about behaviors as well, and we'll look at some models. So there should be defined individual responsibilities in an organization. Everyone really needs to know. Already we talk about the organizational structure, where we talk about roles and responsibilities. That's important. Everyone must know their roles in the organization and pertaining to food safety. So it must be very clear who is responsible for what. And also there must be non-negotiable rules throughout the organization regarding food safety, because this is key if we want to have a food safety culture. So when we look at the elements of the people dimension, we focus on competencies. Obviously, yesterday we spoke about it, that the individuals must be competent. Taku already touched on that as well. Competencies in food safety fundamentals are very important, and this is why training becomes very important, and awareness on food safety. Continual awareness and refresher training, refresher course training, very important in terms of assisting in building competencies. We'll also look at a competence model that we'll discuss. Then another component of the people dimension is providing everyone with the tools to maintain a safe food environment. Obviously, the individuals are there, but you need to provide the necessary tools that they need, the knowledge, to make sure that they control food safety hazards. They need the standards to understand the requirements, and also the company standards. They need to know the metrics of how they are going to, what they'll be measured on, and also accountability. They need to be accountable for their actions. So this will also talk about accountability later. Also very important when it comes to our people, empowering the people. They need to be empowered. As part of our food safety culture, we need to have empowered people, and they should be able to use their skills. The organization must benefit from the skill set that the individuals have, and for them to be able to maintain an effective food safety culture. And we want to make sure that they continue to employ food safety practices as they are building their competencies as well. So the next component under the people dimension is food safety stakeholders. Here we are saying food safety issues are not just for the food safety team leader. They are not just for the food safety team. It's for everyone in the organization. So everyone in the organization needs to know about food safety, from the cleaner, from it could be anybody, up to top management. Everyone needs to know about food safety. So for us to be able to build a food safety culture. So we actually determine the maturity of an organization's food safety culture by measuring the extent to which all stakeholders participate in the food safety issues. So it's very important to look at that as we are measuring our food safety. Taku has also touched on that when we are looking at defining the maturity of our organization. So as we define that, we must also look at how are we dealing with food safety stakeholders? What are they doing with regards to food safety? So you can see also, you can measure the extent to which all stakeholders by looking at knowledge, shared food safety goals. And we can also look at assuming accountability for their role in maintaining food safety standards. We can look at the stakeholders when they work together to achieve food safety objectives, everyone contributing to making sure that the objectives, food safety objectives are met. So we are looking at the organizational level. We are also looking at the departmental level. We also look at the unit level up to the individual. How are we working together to make sure that the food safety objectives that we have set, we know in ISO 22000, we need to set our food safety objectives, even in HACCP, even in GMP, when we have our GMP, we need to have some objectives to guide us. What do we want to achieve in that particular year? Or maybe for 2 years, depending on how we are setting our objectives. We have covered that in ISO 22000. So it's very important for all stakeholders, all interested parties to be contributing towards our food safety objectives. Then the other component on the people dimension is food safety governance. When we talk about food safety governance, we are talking about who, what, and how authorities exercise within the organization. In other words, we are talking about the system of management in that particular organization. Who does what? What do they do? How do they do that? How do they exercise their authority? So this is very important. And so when we look at food safety governance, we can look at elements such as how do they set the strategic direction? Who does that? who is involved, and so on, and organizational structure and accountability. We also look at the food safety team. How are they reporting? How is the reporting structure of the food safety team? It's very important. Where are they positioned on the organizational structure? Ideally, the food safety team must report directly to senior leadership, right? For example, to senior operations, because there will be conflict of interest, and then we will struggle to achieve our food safety objectives. So it's very critical on where do we put our food safety team, whom or where does the food safety team leader report to with regards to food safety, with regards to performance of our food safety, with regards to issues arising from our food safety management system. It could be with regards to non-conformances and so on. So it's very important on whom do they report, so that we have got quick action to address issues as they come, and we have quick decisions on requirements. For example, it could be requirements for resources. So the position of the food safety team is very critical. And when we talk about food safety governance, does the food safety team has authority to talk to the highest person in the organization where decisions are made? That's very key. Then we also talk about the policies and standards. We touched on that yesterday. Risk and issues management. How does the organization address issues of risk and issues management? Those are also key issues to work on. What about culture and behaviors? All this define. If you want to look at how the food safety governance is a particular organization, we can look at all these elements, and also that we can use that in assessing the maturity of our safety culture, and we can be able to see the gaps where we need to improve our food safety culture. So when we talk about governance as well, we need to, as part of our campus communication program, we also need to incorporate whistleblowing policy. It needs to be established. Speak out. So we need to encourage employees to speak out on issues of food safety, because we want to make sure that all issues, all concerns regarding food safety are addressed, and with the agents. We will see, we'll talk about agility later. Then we will talk about educating employees on how can they communicate ethical concerns. Whom do they communicate to? So that what they communicate is acted on. And if we receive this information and sit on it, obviously we'll discourage our employees to communicate on issues. It could be food safety issues, it could be ethical issues. So that's also very important, to provide that opportunity for employees to be engaged in what we do in the organization. We also talk about employees should believe that their concerns will be taken seriously and will be investigated. So we need to have that culture where we have that allowance for our food, our employees to be involved in what we do as an organization. And particularly with food safety, we talk about communication within the organization. It's very key. And also, obviously, we talk about external communication with other stakeholders like our service providers and so forth. Another component under people dimension is people empowerment, very important. Our employees must be empowered. They should have the knowledge and also authority to act on food safety issues. We need to empower them. They need to feel to be part of the organization, to be relevant in the organization. And therefore, they must be sent for training in the relevant areas where they need to grow. And obviously, that will boost their morale, but at the same time, it does add value to the organization. And we are actually inculcating food safety culture because they are empowered and they're competent to do their work, and they've got authority to make decisions on food safety issues and to act on food safety issues. So when we talk about empowerment, when we talk about empowerment, we are talking about the process of giving or delegating power and authority within the organization. So we should be able to delegate power and obvious authority at different levels. So we are saying people empowerment is essential for an organization's ability to adapt. When people are empowered, obviously, if there are changes, they are able to quickly adapt and they can quickly take responsibilities and also improve and sustain our food safety culture. So employees at all levels should have the power to lead or initiate positive change. Another component of the people dimension is the employee capability. A food safety business must have a commitment to developing employee competence in food safety. We want to build their capability. So you can see it's like we keep on repeating, but these are the all aspects, different aspects within the people's dimension. We will look at competencies that include technical food safety capabilities, leadership and management skills. They might need also negotiation skills, influence skills. They need or leadership skills. They need communication skills, problem solving skills, change deployment, all different skills that will help to build competencies depending on where they are working in the organization. So we need to look at our skills matrix. We need to look at our training programs. What is it that we are doing for our employees to build their competencies? So this is also an area where you can consider when you're looking at the maturity of your food safety culture. Very important, monitor how employee development impacts individual performance and behavior. Obviously, the training, you need to see the effectiveness of that training. We need to assess effectiveness of training to see the training, has it impacted the performance of that individual? Are they now performing better from after that training? Is that influenced their behavior? So we need to be able to assess effectiveness of training as we are also checking the capabilities of our employees. So you see that in terms of building capabilities, training is very important, and also very important targeted at behavioral change besides just technical skills or ability to complete particular tasks. Okay. So our essential tools in food safety under people dimension is training and education. There are key issues that we need to make sure that we are including in our plans or even in our food safety objectives. We need to be looking at how many people have we trained, let's say in a particular time frame, maybe it could be within a year. What is our plan? What is our objective regarding training on food safety to make sure that people have built essential capabilities regarding food safety? So what is needed also is to make sure that as we assess effectiveness of training, that the individuals who have been trained, they should have complete comprehension understanding, and they should build confidence in the training that they've received. They should, actually at the end of the training, we should see somebody who understands what they are doing and who are confident to carry out their tasks. So that's very important, to build understanding and confidence in what someone is to do. So our training should be geared at building the employee capability, but also the confidence to carry out those tasks. So in many cases, you find that when you ask someone, what do you do? They're not very sure and they are very hesitant. So what we want is to have individuals that have real capacity to carry their tasks with regards to food safety, and it will be quick to make decisions. How do we manage competence? There is this model that I just want to share with you this morning. We have a model on confidence and understanding. We said our training should build confidence, and also we should ensure that our employees, they understand what they've been trained on. So we will look at this matrix. So you can see we've got 4 quadrants here. We have a high understanding and high confidence of individuals who, if we look at their competence, they've got high understanding and high confidence. So these individuals in this quadrant, they are not a risk in terms of food safety, okay? Of course, we need to manage behavior. We'll talk about behavioral issues. Then also, obviously, use these individuals as internal champions. So we need to identify such individuals when it comes to food safety. If you want to implement a food safety culture, identify these people with high understanding of food safety and high confidence in food safety, and then use them as your champions. And they can be in your food safety team, and you can give them particular tasks. So in other words, we are just saying the team leader, you don't have to do everything. You've got individuals whom you can identify, who can be in your part of your team and help you to improve food safety in your organization. So you find that sometimes you carry all the heavy load as food safety team leaders or food safety managers. You need to identify people who help you to show that the responsibilities and who can actually help you to spread the news about food safety and obviously to demonstrate the right behaviors towards food safety. Then we've got another quadrant here of individuals with high understanding, but they have low confidence, not sure of what they are doing, or they lack that confidence. So these individuals, you can boost their confidence. You can do that through coaching and mentoring. So these individuals here, they need coaching or mentoring. So these are 2 different aspects, but we will not go into it, but we need to know that this is another quadrant mitigation factor we can use to address issues of low confidence. Then we also have the low understanding. They know that they don't know. These individuals, they know that they don't know. They've got low understanding. So these individuals, they are good for training. So focus on training them to build their understanding and confidence. Then we've got this quadrant. These individuals are the difficult ones. They've got wrong understanding, but high confidence. So they know, they think they don't know that they don't know. So but they've got that confidence. So these individuals are very high risk when it comes to food safety. And obviously you need to address that. It needs immediate management focus. So we need to be able to manage competencies within our organization by understanding where each individual stands and what they need, so that they don't pose risk to your food safety system. We've got another competence model that we can use as a simple model. Again, these are different people at different levels in an organization. In an organization, we can have people who are in the group of unconscious incompetence. These are dangerous people. Also, they don't know that they don't know. So these individuals, they think they know, but they don't know. They've got that high confidence, but they don't know. So you need addressing them as differently from someone who's in conscious incompetence level. These individuals, they know that they don't know something. They accept that I don't know something. So these people, you can actually train them. They are trainable. Okay. Then we have the conscious competence. This is the level where we want to move our people. They need to be conscious competent. Obviously, they know something, but they are not yet at unconscious competence level. They know something, but they have to think about it as they do their work. So they are still developing their competence. And you need to continue mentoring and coaching or coaching these individuals, depending on what they need. You can look at, is it mentoring? Is it coaching that they need? Okay. Then we have also the people who are now at the level of unconscious competence. These are our champions. They know something so well, and they don't have to think about it. It's inculcated in them. They understand what they are doing. Okay, so these are individuals that you can actually use within your system to build your food safety system. They know something, they've gone through training and they've got the right attitude. They are confident and you can use them to train others. Very important competence model. Okay, so the next part of the dimension on people dimension is learning organization. We need to learning organization. Even if we make mistakes, we need to learn from our mistakes. We need to develop from where to so it's about continuous improvement. Again, we know from the systems that we have learned that all of them, they are designed to ensure that there is always continuous improvement. Even if you look at ISO 22000, in clause 10, we talk about improvement. You look at the we will see that we need to be thinking about improvement. So training is important for everyone in the organization, from senior, middle management, supervisors, up to shop floor employees. And it must be ongoing, continual improvement. Very important to build our competencies. So we need to identify training needs, coming up with a training matrix, and obviously have a training program, very important. You see that even in these standards, these are areas that you are audited. So you need to demonstrate that you've got all these and you are actually carrying out this training. In other words, that's part of your food safety culture. So each group has its own food safety related training needs. Obviously, we are not saying we group them together. You need to make sure that you design your training according to identify the training needs.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you'll find that usually when ourselves from experience, when we do training, sometimes in some organizations that senior management is often excluded from food safety training, and yet they need to be part of training. They need to undergo training about food safety because they are playing a very important role in terms of commitment. Leadership commitment is very key. So they need to understand where we need the resources, where we need, why people should be trained. They need to understand why are we doing particular actions, why are they important? So they will have an understanding of food safety. I will show you one model. We are talking about food safety maturity, and I just picked the senior management as an example, which defines which organization is mature when we just look at training of senior management. Then also, you find that because they don't participate in these trainings, or sometimes they always give excuses. They sit in trainings for a short time, they just register so that they can get a certificate, and they move away. I hope we don't have anyone who's doing it as we are going through this training. So you'll find that there are people who do that, or sometimes they come with their computers during training and they're busy completing their tasks. Obviously, I understand that they've work to do, but also you need to prioritize. If we're talking about, let's say, food safety training, because you need to understand and build the competencies that are needed at your level. And at the same time, obviously, we want you to build confidence in issues pertaining to food safety. So you find that senior managers and some mid managers, they don't attend these courses. The courses are called for, sometimes they don't pitch up, or sometimes they sit in for, and they keep on excusing themselves. So you find that managers may lack a fundamental understanding of safety risks. And sometimes you call them, we talk about HACCP, for example, where we are doing risk assessment and they are not there. So they don't understand food safety risks as well as the need for the resources to maintain compliance with the food safety program. Sometimes they will be actually asking the relevance of, let's say, maybe equipment that is needed and so on. Or they may fail to prioritize food safety issues. So this is the model I was talking about, the maturity model, where we're talking about education and training maturity model. So if you look at these levels, these are maturity model levels, number 1, 2, 3. I've got them up to 4 and 5. They're on the next page. I could not fit them all on this slide. So you see, when we're talking about senior management, we want to look at their maturity characteristics. We've got senior managers who are in level 1. In other words, when we are now looking at the maturity of that particular food safety culture, that particular organization, we've got some individuals in terms of the senior management, we've got no recognition. There's no recognition from executives or senior managers that training for food safety is necessary. They don't see the importance of that. And that's why they don't attend. And then if food safety is seen as a quality assurance issue only, they're not saying that now we are talking about something that is completely different from just equality issues. And we are talking about a different subject completely. So for them, it's just equality issues. So training also for them, training materials, if you were to check or to audit, they are non-existent, or they are poorly produced, or content is weak, does not target specific organization that you're getting information from there, but you need now to customize your training to suit your own organization. That's why it's important to do scoping. Normally when we do our training, we talk to the client and we try to scope to suit that particular organization. So you see, trainings are not always registered. In fact, there will be, maybe they don't even have training register. That will be one of their non-conformance, no performance evaluation after training. No one knows the effectiveness of that training that they've gone through. Also, you find that executives delegate food safety responsibilities to quality assurance and quality control. And they abdicate their own responsibilities to senior managers with regards to food safety. They always delegate to, let's say, to someone else. It could be the quality assurance manager, and it's like, it's not part of their work. Okay. Then also you find that there is limited or no communication between the two groups, between quality department or maybe with the food safety manager, if he happens or she happens to be there, or any other champion who will be looking after food safety. But there's no direct communication between the senior management and this individual. So that's also a sign of a poor or a weak food safety culture. Then we will look at food safety concepts not used, necessarily understood among senior management team. They don't really understand the food safety concept. Then also we talk about training materials, if existent, they focus primarily on personal hygiene. Yes, everyone talks about not wearing jewelry, the periphery. They just talk about the periphery, but we need to go into in-depth understanding of food safety at our levels, because we are now key to food safety culture. We are spearheading food safety culture as managers and top leadership. So it's very important not to tingle with the periphery, but to make sure that, or tinkering with the periphery, but to make sure we move ahead and understand issues of food safety if we really want to inculcate food safety culture in our organizations. Senior managers, you have a very, very important role, and business owners, you've got a very important role. You need to understand food safety. So also you see that the senior management does not monitor money spent on food safety training programs. And actually, maybe you may find that this group here at level 1, they're always complaining about food safety. It could be food safety training or education. So very important, or maybe time for awareness for food safety. They might complain there's no time to do that. We are busy, we need to produce product. But remember, we've been talking about this over and over. We need to make sure that consumers are supplied with safe products. So again, senior managers must take food safety as a priority area in their scope of work. So if you look at maturity too, the organizations that are at maturity model phase 2, this company here, the company operates in reactive mode regarding food safety issues, no action other than in response to complaints. They start to run around, like headless chicken, we're running around, we start to react if there's a customer complaint, maybe there's a food safety failure, maybe you have to recall a product and you are just being reactive instead of being proactive to make sure that you've got your food safety plan. It could be your HACCP plan in place, and it must be implemented. It must be working. You must be using it to make sure that you avert any of these product failures. So you find that there's no formal system for training that exists. Some ad hoc sessions are conducted. It's not well planned. Not all senior management attend. No formal testing of competence and understanding. But let me just come up to planning of training. You find that people, like right now, you see some organizations, they don't prioritize training, and you find people, they scatter or run around for free training and so on. But it needs to be planned properly in your organization to make sure that you have received the necessary training you need. For example, we talk about building competence in food safety, starting with your GMPs, going to your HACCP, going to your ISO 22000, going to, if you have to do FSSC 22000. So it needs to be done systematically. It must be planned to make sure that you actually implement a sound food safety system. Okay. Then you find that there's no formal testing of competence and understanding. Just like in phase 1, senior management may understand some food safety, but consider it the responsibility of the quality. Just like in phase 1, information regarding food safety is delivered sporadically to specific executives, generally regarding a crisis and so on. So there's no plan or a procedure for communication, and that communication has not even been perhaps audited to see its effectiveness. So all these are signs of the maturity of your food safety culture. I'm hoping I'm speaking to someone in a particular organization regarding to what needs to be in place. Senior management needs to be looking at all this that I'm just highlighting and making sure that they're playing their part. So I'm not absolving other stakeholders in the organization. We are just looking at senior managers, but everyone has got a role to play, just like what I said earlier on. Everyone needs to be trained and being contributing to food safety. So I won't go through, it's quite long, but you see, I will send this to you. You see that this can help you to actually identify where you are in terms of the maturity of your organization with regards to senior management. Remember, we spoke about one of the requirements, which Philpa will talk to us about the requirements, and also Simba. They will look at senior management commitment, leadership commitment. So these are some of the areas that you can look, and you can now look at this model can help you to identify gaps in your organization in regards to senior management, their commitment with regards to education and training as one of the components under people dimension. So you see that if we look at phase 3, these ones are beginning to put a system. They are beginning to develop, providing to provide the training, management information and record performance and so on. So you can go through this. In the interest of time, I won't go through all the dimensions. So you will see there are dimension 4 and 5 as you mature, you move up to dimension 5. I just want to highlight the positive. Just look at the dimension 5. What happens senior managers with regards to education training in dimension 5? You see that food safety training is integral to senior management roles, tailored to specific areas, but all executives can explain key risky areas they know, and they know controls and why food safety culture is essential across the organization. We spoke about food safety culture of in and across the organization. So they understand that it's important in the organization and across. So it's very important. Then executives view food safety as fundamentally important and potentially a business differentiator. They use this for their advantage. They know this is a competitive element besides saving lives. If you implement food safety culture, it is actually a competitive element in the business environment. you use this to your advantage because you're consistently producing safe products and you actually removing complaints or reducing customer complaints. We know all those advantages of implementing food safety management system, but here we are talking now in terms of culture, if we have the senior managers directly involved in food safety. Then also, if you look at this maturity model at level 5 or phase 5, executives keep current on food safety issues. They aren't actually, they know what is happening in the environment, or we have systems or procedures with regards to environmental scanning on food safety issues. So they keep current on food safety issues. And obviously across the industry where they are operating, and obviously also you need to know what is happening in other industries. Let's say a particular food safety hazard has been identified, or it could be an emerging pathogen in particular industry. You want also to know its relevance within the industry where you are operating. Also, obviously, executives keep current on food safety issues across the country and actively question performance training materials to emphasize the importance of food safety for personnel and facilities, attention given to equipment and routine practices, risks, possible consequences, and so on. So in other words, they are looking at all these food safety requirements and making sure that they are implemented. They understand from training that this is relevant, and they make sure that they provide what is needed. So you find that senior management also strongly supports the quality assurance and quality control teams, food safety teams, incentivize them to promote continuous improvement. Maybe it could be via graduation courses, participation in external continuing, maybe seminars and so forth. So all this is very important. So this is just an example of, you can look at this information, and we are going to send you these slides and you can use this information. We'll give you also some handouts. Okay, now I just want to talk about behavioral influencers as part of the people dimension. Very important. Earlier when I spoke about the champions that you need to identify and use them, we also need to identify food safety influencers. These are individuals who have the capacity to have an effect on food safety protocols, procedures, or behaviors that may positively or negatively impact the organizational culture, food safety, organizational food safety culture. So we need to know which ones are bad influencers to food safety. And Charles always says those ones, you can leave them. Normally you would call them maybe laggards. They latch on to new concepts later, or so you want to make sure that they don't continue to influence others, and maybe not to slow you down in what you want to achieve in terms of your food safety. So you need to identify those who are negative with regards to food safety, and work with those who are positive with regards to food safety, and identify those influencers and make sure that you use them effectively to build your systems. So if we identify the positive influencers, they will actually optimize employee adherence to food safety programs, because they will be also even like your person, and they'll be like keeping eyes for you and so on. So they so help to inculcate food safety culture. So these are just examples of common influencing behaviors that drive human behavior. We have what is called the head effect. So some people, they just behave just in particular ways because everyone else is doing it. So if other people are not washing hands, let's say the negative ones, the negative influencers, a group of people can start to do that, and other people may join. It could be even new employees. So we are talking about what is called the head effect. They start to do it because everyone else does it. So we need to be looking at also if we have positive influencers that can help us to have other people to latch on to do the right things. Then we also have those who fall under shine the light. Those we can be seen who are keen to do the right things, again, are very important in terms of influencing behavior in the organization. Then we have those with a guilt and conscience. We have guilty conscience. They know, they say, I know it is the right thing to do. But you find that these people, they've got, I'll talk about issues of some dissonance. They struggle between guilty conscience here. They know that they need to do the right thing, but sometimes they have to do the wrong thing because they give priority to something else. Let's say, I'll talk about the examples later, but I'll just give one. They say they're talking about what is important in between production and food safety. They may ignore food safety issues and focus on production issues. Maybe they are supposed to wash their hands frequently. They may think, this is wasting my time, it affects my productivity. So better for me to continue to run maybe the procedures. They are supposed to wash hands every 30 minutes or every hour, but now because they think that will slow them down. They know the right thing, that they are supposed to wash hands, but they don't do it. And they'll fall into this category. They always have guilty conscience, but they know, but that is their behavior to be in the wrong side of behavior. Then also there's those in the carrot and stick, where they behave in a particular way because they know they can get a reward or they can be punished for doing the wrong thing. So we need to be cognizant of about all these behavioral influencers as one of the people dimension. We also have follow my leader. Monkey see, monkey do. Follow my leader. My manager does it, so I'll also do it. So we spoke about leading by example. We can't emphasize enough on these behavioral influencers. Okay, so I just want to talk about psychological biases that affect staff as well. We've got some psychological biases or human factors that can contribute to resistance to change. Or in other words, we want to understand, why do staff fail to follow, let's say, food safety procedures or food safety practices? Or why do they fail to value food safety or food hygiene? So there are different kinds of psychological biases that can affect our staff, which we need to know. We have what is called optimistic bias. Normally, this is the belief that all these food safety issues you are talking about, you can give us examples about the people who went to jail because of food safety issues, or people who had to pay a lot of money in terms of compensation because of food safety issues. They believe themselves that, okay, it happened to those people, but it will never happen to me. It will not happen to me. So for example, maybe their business has a strong track record on food safety, and their staff now, they become overly optimistic about the risks of their practices. So the staff tend to be complacent, to become complacent. Okay, so but we need to know that there's no room for complacence in food safety. Even if you have this optimistic bias, we need to know that there's no room. We cannot be complacent because contamination can happen. And once it happens, it can affect your reputation as a business. So this is very important. We know, because some people say we've been doing this over the years. What has changed now? Why are you telling us about washing our hands? Why are you starting to tell us about cleaning equipment and following procedures for cleaning? Why are you actually telling us that we must have a cleaning program? We've been doing things this way all these years. What has changed? This is optimistic bias. The contamination can happen. Food safety hazards can cause illness, and this can have an impact on your business. Okay. Then we also have positivity bias. This is the attitude that all is under control. And we say this is an illusion of control. These people in this category, they think nothing has gone wrong. I know what I'm doing. there are business owners who are in this category. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing, nothing has gone wrong before. So they've got confidence in that a business and its leadership is unlikely to make food safety breaches. So the staff also have got, they've got a false illusion about their own potential to contribute a food safety risk. So this is what we call an illusion of control, or a positivity of bias, or a positivity bias. Okay. So I also want to talk about another psychological bias in terms of cognitive dissonance. So we know that, yes, we can train people, we can tell them the rules. We now know that if food safety culture is about behavioral change, it's about changing attitude, it's about changing or having a mindset shift with regards to food safety. So, but you find that, yes, employees may know the rules, or even managers may know the rules, but you find that, for example, employees may think it takes too much time, for example, to wash their hands. I gave that as an example before. Let's say they know that they've been told that you must not never touch, never finger in the spots, or maybe touch your head or your nose, and they know that. But they know that each time they do that, or they scratch, or each time they blow their nose, they're supposed to wash their hands, or each time they use the toilet. But they may say, this is taking it's wasting my time. Or you find that maybe people are coming from lunch. I've seen that a lot in some organizations. People are rushing to get into the plant, and they quickly maybe just wash hands. They don't follow the rules on proper hand washing. So this is what we call cognitive dissonance. People know the right thing to do, but they don't do it. Okay. They think maybe this is wasting their time. This is, yeah, I'm in a rush, I need to do something, and so on. Or for example, you may see an employee, they need to fetch a box of protective gloves because maybe the operation that they are going to conduct, they need to wear protective gloves. But you find that they'll think this is going to reduce their time that is available. Maybe they are monitoring a product, maybe they are monitoring product packaging output. So they may decide to say, no, I can't leave my station to look for the gloves. They will continue to work without gloves until maybe a supervisor passes by and they say, what are you doing? You need to work. So we want to change this behavior to individuals. They need to know now that you cannot take that risk. You need to make sure that you follow procedures. So we need to build the understanding and the confidence in what they do. They need to know why they are supposed to do this. Okay, so these are areas that we need to be working when we are improving our food safety culture. We've got also another bias, attitudinal ambivalence. This is the thinking that there are more important matters to food safety. So you can see how related are these psychological biases that can affect our staff. So in this attitudinal ambivalence, you can actually see that it's not about lack of knowledge about food safety. It's about that they think maybe food safety is not important, or this activity regarding food safety is not important. And even leaders can do that. They can have this attitudinal ambivalence to choose to prioritize other maybe strategies or other business plans over food safety. So we are saying that can kill our desire to have a food safety culture. We need to address these psychological biases that are within us as human beings. We need to make sure that we are working on improving these biases. Another dimension under people, we talk about incentives, rewards, and recognition. These are very important. And we need to be fair and transparent when we want to use these systems, reward systems, recognition systems, and so on. So rewards, when paired with fair and transparent recognition programs, they can actually help management to guide the desired food safety behaviors. So you can use these to work at improving food safety behaviors. So there are many various incentives that you can use or deterrents to achieve to be consistent in compliance. For example, you can use positive and negative feedback. I think Taku also touched on that. Sharing best demonstrated practices. You can talk about learnings from failures. All these are important to change behaviors. So the recognition programs can include individual and team awards. We can talk about corporate, peer and self-recognition, monitoring time compensation praise, incentives to report failures and near misses, very important. Promotion and demotion, we can also look at that. So all this idea is to change behaviors. We can structure our program that is relevant to within our culture. You will see that you also need to consider culture where we are operating the national culture. We look at the organizational culture and also the impact of culture at individual level. So we need to be considering all these areas. Then we talk about another dimension is food safety communication. I can't emphasize on communication enough. We've been talking about it since yesterday. But I just want to highlight that employees should trust to engage in food safety and report issues. I think Taku also touched on that. They need to be able to report issues. And it's also a requirement anyway in our ISO 22000, which is also a requirement for FSSC 22000. Then, very important, we need to have escalation protocols. If issues are identified, food safety issues are identified, we need to have a procedure. Where do they take these concerns? And we need to make sure that they arrive on time so that we are proactive. We deal with them before they have an impact on our food safety systems. Okay, so these are just examples of food safety communication that you can do. We can use posters. Sometimes these posters, they are very good in terms of that. This is a pictorial presentation people can quickly understand, and depending also at lower levels, this becomes very important reminders. We can have this in at the entrance of our food plants and so on, depending on where they are visible and suitable. Also, we talk about meetings. These are good areas for communication, briefings, videos, phone calls, or whatever system that you can put as part of the communication procedure. We talk about hurdles, very important to discuss after maybe every shift or at the beginning of shift or in the middle of shift, depending on your procedure. These are very important shift hurdles, or it could be an update when you are changing shifts, very important. Then we have also digital coaching. This is also becoming now important in terms of in this technological environment where we're operating in. Okay, so we've got some guiding questions regarding people dimension. You can ask yourselves, when was the last time you or someone on your team raised a food safety concern in your organization? I'm sure we can discuss on that. And then in the afternoon, how do you contribute to food safety in your organization? These are important. When was your last food safety training and what did you learn? We're just checking here, understanding, and also we also want to look at is the training effectiveness. To what level are people committed and acting in accordance with the food safety expectations in your organization? To what level are people committed and acting in accordance with food safety expectations? To what level all those psychological biases are having an impact on your organization, the individuals in your organization? Perhaps, Gladys, I can pause here and we can discuss before I go to the next dimension.
Okay, so you want us to discuss these questions? Okay,
yes,
can we get some? Yes, you can go on. You were saying something, Mrs. K?
Oh, yes, I was just saying, and if any questions that we can discuss, I've got Simba here with me as well, and Philippa and Nozipo. They will be available as well to take questions, and also anyone who's with on this platform.
Okay. Do you want us to discuss these ones or these ones that are on the screen now for the afternoon?
We can discuss some of them just to say, or if there's anyone with a burning question or comments on what we have just covered.
Okay, great. Okay, so the floor is open. We can discuss these questions that have been put up on the screen just for us to get some of the experiences that you have had. And also if you have any burning questions, we have experts that are on hand to respond to any queries. Kindly just raise up your hand. And I would request that if you are not on the floor, please switch off your mics. Kindly switch off your mics, please. Thank you. Okay, we have a hand from Vasco. Vasco, please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
And let me congratulate the presenters. So far, so good. I'm enjoying the course. The presentation, the material is very good. It's just a comment on the near misses. Now, with the safety policy in place, I have noted
We
the
seem to have
challenge
lost
that most employees call. Can you get me?
Yes, we can get you going.
Okay, I was talking on near misses. I have noticed that most employees are scared of reporting near misses because of the safety attached to it. Because there is a policy that if anyone causes an accident or something like that, they are penalized. So you find that employees are scared raising the near misses, thinking that they will be penalized. So from your experience, what has been the best way of handling such an issue? Thank you.
Okay, that's a good one. Mrs. K, can we take about 3 comments and questions? Then you can respond. Okay. We have Conrad. Thank you for that, Vasco. Conrad. Conrad, are you there? We don't seem to be able to hear Conrad.
I'm here. Can you get me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think mine was just a comment on a question too, on how we are contributing to food safety in our organizations. And I think my response to that is just simply by registering for such very important trainings like this one. After this, there's a lot of feedback that we're taking back into the business, and action has to be seen to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's pick, I see 2 hands, so let's pick these 2, Lulu and then Mr. Mwambazi, then we can get some comments from our facilitator and other experts. Yes, Lulu.
Thank you so much. It's been an enlightening course. And my contribution this afternoon is with regards to, sorry, I just have to ask my colleagues to reduce their volume. Great. Okay, so my contribution this afternoon is with regards to the issue of upholding a just culture in the organization. One of the biggest concerns that we have in addressing food safety is that we tend to not to uphold a just culture, a non-punitive culture, in that if an employee was to report an incident or a near miss or whatever, a hazard, we are very quick as employers to come up with some form of punishment for that. I'll give an example. Okay, we are a cooperative and we grow a lot of organic foods and mushrooms and village chickens, etc. So something that we have observed is if one of the employees come to us and they address the issue of a hazard, for example, or maybe somebody is not sanitizing well, somebody is not handling the food well. Okay, our tradition and our culture or kicks in, so to speak. So, you know, it's more of, but why did you tell on so and so? Why did you tell on Vasco? Why did you tell on Kato or somebody? You know, when you should have actually we could have handled it as peers and not brought it to the attention of senior management. So that is something that you maybe would want to get more clarity on in terms of how we manage that and how we promote it on a peer-to-peer basis as well, so that employees feel comfortable to report these hazards, to be able to find a platform that these hazards are going to be addressed without them being looked down on. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lulu. And then we can get the last comment before we allow the experts to come in. Mr. Mwambazi, please go ahead. You're on mute.
Mute. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I wanted to jump on the question which was given by one of our colleagues from the food business. It was interesting when I heard that they have a food policy, their food safety policy in the organization, but they still have problems, people trying to actually follow the food safety requirements like cleanliness and so on. So I wanted to find out actually, also from him to clarify whether the policy they have is actually a written policy, which is written just like the company might have a financial policy which is written, they have a training policy which is written. Is the food safety policy also written? And if so, what seems to be the problem? Because if the policy is there and it is written, that means the management is committed to it. And you can use the policy to solve the problem relating to some of these issues by ensuring that nobody is penalized if they happen to actually report on food safety issues. But if it is by the way, in other words, it's not written, then some people will still be a bit questioned. So I wanted that gentleman to clarify, but it's a good question. It's really a very good question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. I think with those comments, I think Kota, Simba, Philippa, I think you can come in.
Good morning, everyone. Simba here. I just want to give a brief response to the question that has been given. As business owners and senior management, we now need to have a balance between achieving discipline and also achieving the objectives of food safety culture and food safety. What I'm saying is when we make these policies, we must make sure that we achieve the intended goal. Our goal here is how do we manage near misses? And I want to tell you, the reason why we have to look at these near misses is because a near miss is a telltale sign of something that can happen, something big that can happen, maybe immediately after or tomorrow in the near future. So it's a pointer. It points us in the right direction to see where we can focus. We might investigate that it was just a near miss, but there's something big or catastrophic that is was going to happen. So if we limit our staff not to report those near misses, we are depriving ourselves as an organization of information that can be very valuable. So that's why we say we need to be fair, we need to be firm, we need to be friendly, we need to create an atmosphere which makes people, when they see something that is a near miss, they don't think punishment first, but they see what risk could it pose to me as a person or to the organization. So we need to create a culture that promotes ownership more than punishment. But if we drive these food safety issues just with the stick, at times it will not work for us. For example, I will not mention the name of the company that I worked for. We had a very huge, very expensive machine. And every time that machine, it was a quick freezing machine. Every time during the day, it could block all pipes and there's no freezing happening. But there's only one guy, one cleaner. When they were cleaning, he saw there's a pipe that is dripping, that is leaking. And the guy was very honest enough to say, no, I don't know what effect it's gonna cause, but that pipe, ever since I started cleaning this machine, I haven't seen it dripping. But when the engineers came, they discovered that that was the root cause. And the company was losing money in terms of downtime. Every day, 3 hours was going after that problem manifests. So near misses are very vital. People must not be afraid to report them. They must feel free because it is a manifest of it can be a telltale sign of a manifestation of a bigger problem.
Okay. Philippa, you want to come in?
Yes, just to add on to what Simba just said, you need to create a zero blame culture within the company. Say that you actually say the employees gain trust, empowering them to spot hazards in a proactive manner, so that you don't actually see it as a mistake and punish the people, but to say, okay, we are looking at saying we've got established roles and responsibility for each worker, and it relates to correcting safety concerns, and it contributes to a successful near-miss reporting program. So you make it as a culture as well. So this will help also in a positive way. You communicate to the employees and say that anything that looks like an issue, you are responsible. So you give each worker a responsible and a clear role so that they can report the ongoing, sharing feedback, even incentivizing the reporting so that they know if they say something to their senior management, they have the trust and they would thank the employees who report those near misses on a company-wide level so that they also encourage other people to report instead of holding back to the reporting system.
I actually I agree with you and Simba actually that we need to kind of nurture this culture where our employees are free to bring these things up, because what will happen is they'll keep hiding them. I've actually experienced in some company where for a whole year they reported that they didn't get any customer complaints. And this is a very big company and that is not possible. So the person who was reporting that, he thought he would look good, you know, but in actual fact, the auditors actually noted that then there's something wrong. Then probably your customer complaints procedure is not working right. Yeah. So it is not wrong to report these near misses or these hazards. It is not wrong. And actually that will give you an opportunity for continuous improvement. How else would
Exactly.
you know where to improve if there are no issues, there are no near misses? Yeah? Where will you know where the problem is in your system? How do you improve if there's no problem? And then there can't be no problem. That's the thing. So we need to create this enabling environment where our staff are open about these things. I love the zero blame culture because you're not blaming the person. The system can fail, and it's not necessarily a person's fault that the system has failed. But are people encouraged to bring out these issues that might affect their process and their work at the end of the day? So thank you for that. Mr. Mwambazi, your hand is still up. You have another comment?
Yes, I have a quick comment. Basically, I wanted to say that I think we want to hear from our people in the business to answer the questions which Cassandra has put, because looks like we are digressing a bit. Maybe we should really hear from the business community regarding these questions which have been put for them, because I think it relates much more to them than those who might not be actually in the food business.
Sure. I have seen some comments. Some people have posted on the chat about how they are contributing to food safety in their various companies. I've seen some people have said, let me just get to those comments. I saw a comment about how they have some radio programs that they conduct for food handlers. And the most recent was actually in November 2020. I've seen Sally also posted that they do conduct from Java Foods, they do conduct food safety trainings, and those employees who actually have a direct impact on food safety have much more regular interaction and training on food safety issues like GMPs and HACCP. We can hear from others. I've seen a hand. Did somebody raise a hand? I think it went up and then down almost immediately. Okay, so Doreen had posted actually on the chat that they contribute to food safety by conducting training of food handlers and sensitizing consumers through community radio programs. Okay, so that's from Doreen. She's from academia. Okay, and Sally from Java Food said they have a documented food safety policy and food safety objectives for 2021. Okay, Xavier says the biggest contribution so far as food safety is concerned is by conducting food safety training through IEC, TV and radio stations, though sometimes it's not that the people do not have the knowledge, just like facilitators elaborated, but it's about the biased perception that we have. However, we should endeavor to effectively communicate. So those are just some of the comments. John Chanda has also commented, as health inspectors in the Ministry of Health, we conduct food safety and protection inspections where we give recommendations on how to avert gaps. We initiate enforcement of food safety laws and regulations. We take food samples for analysis to ascertain prevailing conditions and provide health promotion sessions to traders and food handlers, among others. Okay, Chibesa, I've seen your hand is up. You can go ahead. Chibesa? Hello, Chibesa, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to contribute on the same because I've
these food safety policies, they just have to be on our hearts, because I can see people, it is not, we don't just follow it. We are not just serious with it, because the coming of COVID, I've seen a lot of people are following the guidelines, but what is so hard to food safety? So this should just be on our hearts for everyone to follow food safety guidelines. I think that's what I can contribute. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? The house is a bit quiet today. Yesterday we had a lot of hands.
Hello, can I come in?
Yes, please.
Am I allowed to come in?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
I've seen Wilfred has raised his hand.
Actually, I wanted to ask the presenter, Katsamle, what is the experience with regard to some of these questions I've asked when it comes to food safety issues in the South African small and medium enterprises? I'm not talking about the big companies, which of course they've got elaborate systems, they probably have specialized people. But I'm talking about the small businesses that they deal with food. What is the experience? It could be interesting for our business people here to get some idea of how the situation there, how far we are from them, etc., etc. Because the issue of food safety is very important. And from this presentation, what I get is that we still have other issues that impinge on our ability to actually develop the food culture, because there are other cultures as well that we need to consider. I believe that in every country they've got different cultures, the way they look at food and how they should treat different issues. Like I remember once, somebody told me when I was abroad, and I told them we actually drink sour milk, and he says, "How do you produce sour milk?" I said, "Oh, we produce sour milk, but we just let it sour." Then he said, "Yeah, but sour milk is rotten milk." No, as far as I was concerned, sour milk was unsafe, but as far as I was concerned, well, we have been drinking it for generations without any problem. So how do we break these other underlying cultures, which also can impinge on our ability to express ourselves in terms of food safety?
Okay, that's an interesting one. Let's take the 3 hands that have been raised, then Kosa, Simba, and Philippa can come in. Yes, Wilfred.
Thank you, Gladys and team. Well, I think listening through a food culture is really a headache. If we look back into cultural orientation, because you will notice that it has a cultural bearing. It's not easy. You'll see that if a culture has a tendency towards hygiene, it's easier to transfer those skills all the way into your enterprise. Look, if you look at from ourselves, I'll wash my hands, then my son last in the same bucket. Already, I'm not concerned about the hygiene itself. My son doesn't know where I've come from. My daughter doesn't know, so we will all wash in that bucket. It was normal, and you grow like that. And then we have that generation, which is currently running in enterprises. It's running big businesses. So it's a lot of work. It will require a lot of concerted effort. It's beyond enforcement. It has to be building skills, alerting people. We have to continue using a combination of efforts to actually address the behaviors, because mindset change takes time, and we need to show people. One of the things, like if you're a business, one of the things we need to show people is that how does food safety increase your profitability? How does it relate to sustainability? How does it make you more attractive? How does it improve your market access? If we can show people the value of that, and then we might begin to see people beginning to look at it different. I think the previous speaker was talking about how coronavirus changed people's behavior. Certain people are trying to follow some principles. They have a bucket on the door. It's a forced process. The moment they hear that the numbers have reduced, if you noticed in Zambia, in the August, September, October period, those things disappeared. And you're asking yourself, why should you stop? Because it's important to appreciate those principles. So you begin to realize that we have a long way to go. We still have a lot of work to do around the importance of food safety. And I think we need to show, if you're not following food safety, what are the implications? People need to know. What does it mean? In terms of your business growth, where do you stand? Where does it project you to be? So if we begin to show people the risk side and also the benefit side, maybe we can start seeing more people appreciating the importance of spending an extra dollar to improve food safety, while realizing that this in the long term it will bring more profit to the business because the product will be trustworthy, to have customer loyalty, they'll have customer retention, it will result in better access, and generally the business climate will be better. So I think we need to also begin to dig in that direction so that we can impress upon SMEs, even the primary producers, the ones who inject animals and sell them whenever they want to sell because they have a liquidity problem. They don't want to follow the culture of ensuring that the food on the table is safe. So I think if we begin to show that and the risks that are involved, maybe it can help us to address that mindset shift we want to see. Thank you. I thought I contribute in that direction.
Okay, thank you so much, Wilfred. Let's have Conrad.
Can you get me? Hello, can you get me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could just kindly speak up a bit.
Okay, so mine is around Mr. Mwambazi's question on practices that are happening in our businesses. Speaking as a business owner, I'm just about 3 years.
Hello, Conrad. We seem to have lost Conrad. Haben, are you there? Your hand was raised. We can't.
Quickly, I think part to the other previous speaker touched what I wanted to say. If you have to raise the awareness on food safety issues, we have to seriously consider risk assessment, okay, bordering on risk communication. Because without information, people will not make concrete decisions, okay? So we have to invest heavily in risk communication. The issues of COVID-19, like the gaps we had from last year where people stopped here and there, is because they thought the hazard was not there, but meanwhile, the hazard was there. So if we see that the outrage or the reaction towards the hazard is low, as in the case of food safety, we need to raise the outrage through various risk communication channels. That is the only way that we can win this battle, is constantly communicate to the consumers and all the key stakeholders along the food value chain. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Katie, you couldn't raise your hand, but maybe you could come on now, and then we allow Kosa to just make comments. Katie, are you there? Maybe as we wait for Katie to get ready, I think Kota, you can make your comments on what has been said.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I also agree with what Wilfred raised today. But I just want to comment on this. If you look at these guiding questions here, they help you to think about the gaps that are in your own organization. Let's say if you were to get a person on what about food safety concern? Are people raising food safety concern? When was that lastly done? So it's really giving you to see the gaps in your organization, because this is one of the requirements. And also within our own food safety systems that we are implementing, especially if you are implementing ISO 22000 and also FSSC 22000. They require that employees must be able to communicate any food safety concerns, and they must communicate to the right person so that action can be taken. So also that the concern can reach the individual. Like, oh, we were talking about near misses, for example. If they need to be communicated on time so that corrective action or actions that are needed can be quickly done. So these questions that we're giving you is for you to think about, to reflect in your own space or your own environment where you are working, to see, for example, if we talk about training, do you even have a training program? Do you even have maybe a training schedule for this year, for example? Or you are waiting for maybe the trainings that come on we have planned training in the organization. So in other words, all these questions here, they help you to reflect on the type of a food safety culture that you have in your organization, because these are expectations in a culture or in an organization that is got a food safety culture. So they are giving you pointers regarding to people, to say people must be doing this, people must be doing this, to make sure that we control food safety hazards, and so that we have the right attitudes and behaviors in the organization. So now, coming to the question about South Africa, I was looking forward that we have maybe someone from South Africa who's got a small business who can actually also add value to this conversation. That's my understanding and experience from the environment. Also, there are some businesses that are startups, very small businesses here in South Africa, and a lot of some of the businesses are home businesses that can come to us asking for assistance, even to start from getting the certificate of acceptability. Sometimes people just think it's just applying and getting it without making some changes in the environment where they want to produce their product or to process a particular product, or it could be baking cakes, or maybe they want to do gem making. So in other words, I think it's a challenge that all small to medium scale businesses face in terms of food safety. That's why we encourage to start small, with some fewer requirements, and you build your system as you go. So I think this challenge is not just a Zambian challenge, but perhaps it can be a challenge in Africa in general, and maybe other continents as well. So my answer would be, yeah, we are working with some small businesses. We've got a dairy company that we handled, a small, and also some meat processing company, small meat processing company, to get their certificate of acceptability. Others want a ZATP, a certificate for exports. So we work with such small businesses as well. And they've got their own challenges. Of course, we talk about resources, but again, it's about changing attitudes and behavior. That is important. Charles always says, it's not, we always talk about money, maybe sometimes. And sometimes some of the issues like washing the hands, it may not be a lot of money that we are talking about. Or we can come up with systems that are user-friendly in the environment where we are operating, but still working towards improving our businesses. Like what Wilfred said, at the end of the day, we have a moral obligation to make sure that we are not selling products that can make other people sick. And at the end of the day, again, this is a business of tool that you can use, or a marketing tool that any business can use. So we need to look at it from that angle and train people. I like what we've come up with from this training, that if you can't change people, change the people. That's also very important. And here we talk about Mambara. You don't want a Mambara on your team because they can take you down, or maybe you can actually have a major customer complaint, or maybe you can have an outbreak that is emanating from your own business. And you don't want that to have your business to have poor reputation at the end of the day. So it's about actually having to work as a team in your organization and making sure that everyone is trained. So if you look at these people dimension, it's actually giving us pointers to say, are you training people? Are you having awareness? Are you looking at competencies? Are you evaluating those competencies? Are you looking at behavioral patterns of your individuals in your organization? What are you doing about those wrong behaviors? Do you have leaders, influencers within your organization? Are you doing that? Because these are all pointers to building your food safety culture. And also we know that when we want to eat an elephant, that we are not saying we must eat elephants. I just want to give it as an example. If you are eating an elephant, you eat piece by piece. You don't have to eat the whole elephant in a single day. And you can decide where you want to start, either with the legs or the tail and so on. So it's just a concept that we start small and move on. So yes, it's a struggle when we're trying to just implement the systems. Now we are actually talking about another component to say, yes, you have got a system, you can have your GMP, but are you thinking about food safety culture so that you make sure that your system is effective? Because we want to address behavioral issues, psychological bias. You need to attend to that. They are also important. Okay, thank you, Gladys.
Okay, thank you for that, Kosa. I saw Brewmaster. I don't know who Brewmaster is, but Brewmaster, I'd seen you had a hand up. And maybe just to make a general comment that it would be good if you would log in with your full names, particularly if you want a certificate of attendance, so that we reflect your correct names on the certificate of attendance. Thank you. Brewmaster, if you still want to come in, please do. And Katie, if you are ready to come in now. I don't know if there's anybody coming in. Hello? Yes.
Hi. Okay, sorry. My name is Norman Kapare.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Okay, I'm in South Africa. I have a small business. We have two sites that produce beverages, one alcoholic, one non-alcoholic. Of course, like every other small business, when we're starting off, it's always about resource. Because in real terms, if you are in it with a team of, say, 4 or 5 people, you're most likely not to be able to have a quality control person and also a production manager. Because the two are not going to, if one is performing both duties, they are always going to be compromised. So already that's a big problem for us, because the production manager is not going to come to me as the business owner to tell me that maybe something very wrong is happening until something does happen. So across the board, it's still the same, but I think Dr. Katsande once visited our facilities. I'm not sure what advice he could give or what observations he saw at our facilities that maybe pointed to GMPs or non-conformance. I leave it to the good doctor to make a comment on that.
Thank you, Norman. I'm actually listening from my phone. I'm coming from a meeting, and thank you guys for the good discussion. Yes, Norman. I did visit your facility. We didn't do. It was more like just a walkthrough. We didn't do a thorough look at your systems. The main issue is on documentation, I think, which I did not look, but which I did not look at. But of course, in terms of the facility, like I know your brewing facility is very well equipped, and I think that you don't have a lot of problems there with the infrastructure. And yeah, the infrastructure is quite modern. The floors, everything is good. Of course, a safety culture there. You remember when we went there, your guys, I think it was on a Saturday anyway, but they had very poor protective clothing, if I can just mention that. It was a Saturday, so I mean, it was probably a bit laid back, but always let's ensure that we have that culture of food safety. So in terms of the culture, I would say there is quite a bit of room for improvement at the brewing facility there. Then, of course, at the soft drink facility, the observation that I had, of course, there was no production that was happening, so I couldn't observe the actual food safety culture there, because culture is mainly about people, as we've seen. Of course, on the infrastructure, I think partitioning, you know, your facility, how it is. It's an open plan. Yeah, it's an open plan facility. So you might want to have your storage areas separated from your production area, and then of course the staff amenities, the canteen and stuff like that must also be well demarcated. I think in a nutshell, that's just my general comments. But in terms of your production system, I was actually impressed by your water purification, you know, because water is one of the biggest raw materials that we use in the food industry. You know, water, so you need a very good water system, and you've got a very good purification system that really impressed me. Yeah, so I think that's what I can say about your facility, since you've put me on the spot, Norman.
Yeah, no, I understand. But anyway, the whole point is to emphasize the limitations that as small businesses we have. It's always funding. Getting certification is not cheap. It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, if I can comment on that, that's why we have this GFSI Global Markets Program. I'm not too sure how much it costs, because there's the basic and the intermediate checklist. I know that SGS, Intertech, and ProSet, we've got these certification bodies in South Africa. I was actually reading a document that shows all those CBs that can assess. It's not a certification. It's just an assessment and a recognition. And I think that communication, I've put it on I think it was sent by TACU actually, on the Food Safety Network group, where Pick n Pay was indicating what sort of systems they would want for small scale manufacturers to be able to supply Pick n Pay. And I was happy to see that intermediate GFSI Global Markets intermediate program is actually there. So they do recognize it. So that's the start. And I don't think it's very expensive, you know, when you start with that intermediate program.
The intermediate, we are actually on that right now, because I've got a few clients who want to supply them. It will still cost you, okay, it's not, it might not be a lot of money anywhere else, but yeah, it will still cost you probably around 50 to 60,000 to get just the intermediary.
Yeah,
but they all of them, they do accept that, and you can actually supply them for a year or more, depending on the size of your facility. Of course, it's relation to how many employees are in the organization, because the more employees you have, the more it becomes more complicated to manage. So if there's 5 of you or 6 of you in the organization, yes, you can probably supply them for a couple of years until you grow to another level where they will require the FS 22,000.
Yeah, Norman, if you do a cost benefit analysis on the cost of getting the certification or the recognition by GFSI under the Global Markets Program, and the extra business that you're going to get from that, Do you think it still makes sense to get the recognition?
No, actually, it's if you look at the cost and say the returns, it doesn't cost much. It's only that you won't have the cash flow any at the start probably.
So sorry, Gladys. So are you saying that it would be beneficial to get that recognition so that you can actually increase your market share?
Oh yes, definitely, without a doubt.
Ah, perfect. So there we go.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would encourage anybody who is in a small business to actually do it. It's not
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Norman. Any other comments? I would have loved us to discuss the fourth point on the screen. To what level are people committed to acting in accordance with food safety expectations? Anyone to share their experiences on that one? Anyone? Norman, you're still on the floor. Do you want to try and
say,
give some comments? How committed are your people to acting in accordance with your food safety expectations? What challenges are you facing in getting people to act correctly?
Actually, it is a challenge, but it's a continuous. You have to continuously remind them that if we don't act in a good way, if we don't keep our hygiene at a good level, the result is we will get our products back. And if we do that, if we continuously get our products returned, which are not fit for purpose, it just means that you also won't get any reward for whatever work you would have done, and everybody will lose out. So it is actually an important aspect. But across the continent, across the African continent, the road is really at the top. We are not able, right at the top is where the road is. It's not safe for us, the small business people, but we as small business people who actually drive the economy, these economies. We need to have national infrastructure in place, water supply. That is the basic. And I don't think across the continent, African governments are doing enough to make sure that we have access to the basics. Yeah, power and water. So people are committed. The commitment is not there at the top. Yeah, that's what I think, to be honest. So we have to start from somewhere. There's no need for us to be guided by the global food safety from Netherlands. Yet there's 52 countries in Africa. We should be having our own standards across the continent.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but what about in our respective places where we are the top? You know, how do we?
I think it's for everybody who is in the food industry. You know, if once you are in there, you have to be committed to food safety. Simply because if you don't, you know that your products will come back, and if they do come back, it just means that you are losing money, and you are not in business to lose money. So I think people who are in the food manufacturing environment are very committed. Of course, here and there, people tend to lapse. But like I said before, you as the business owner, you have to continuously remind your staff about the importance of food safety, the importance of hygiene. I mean, I'm lucky because my whole career, I grew up in the beverage industry. So all I know is whatever we learned was I'm just a highly paid cleaner.
I like that. Nice one. Okay. Luamfwe, you can come in.
So I was trying to unmute. I don't know if you're able to get me, or Dr. Charles is speaking.
Yes,
okay.
Doc.
Yeah, probably. I'm driving. Let me just take an opportunity before the next speaker to emphasize on training. Ladies, you remember when we trained the SME business owners and senior managers in November under the project, there was a lot of enlightenment. You know, there was a lot of joy after receiving this knowledge. And we can actually see that there are business owners out there who are not trained, who are, if I can say, more or less clueless about food safety. They are an expert in their products. You know, of course, they've actually come up, they've innovated in product development, and they've got a good product. But in terms of food safety, they basically have not enough information. So training is important. In South Africa, the ARA 638 regulations, the new regulations, in order to legally operate a food business, it's now a requirement. It's mandatory that the food owner, the business owner, the person in charge must have food safety training. So let's emphasize on that, because once the top management is trained, things will start changing at the bottom. You know, as much as we can train the shop floor, the supervisors, the middle managers, and so forth, but if the bosses are not aware, they would never support it. They won't understand why it's being done. So that is of critical importance in terms of training top management. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for that. Luamfwe, you can come in, and then after you, Katie, you can come in, and then we'll get some comments.
Okay. I wanted to speak from both ends. Like from the time when I was working in production, I think one of the things that comes to mind is when there was emphasis or highlight on safety. I think when top management got trained, there was an overwhelming amount of information that was being now transmitted or shared to people in production. So I think I'd just like to caution, like even as we are speaking about safety, sometimes a bit overwhelming. Yes, it's wonderful when top management comes in, but then it's like they get all this training and then now they just expect people to shift. And you know, when you're in production, you're looking at your numbers, you want your efficiency to be good, you want to deliver, you want to meet your KPIs, and then suddenly you're being taught about safety. So one thing I noticed is there needs to be patience in changing of the culture. Like people won't change in a day or in a week because they attended a training or a toolbox was carried out that focused on training. And then the other thing that I believe also helped is when first it was a transition where first this culture of punishment was dealt with, where we got to understand raising SOs or raising notice when there's unsafe work culture. They took away that punishment angle, and then the ARA and ARA came in, where the reward and recognition was also structured in such a manner that it's built up. Not ARA and ARA where, let's say the director comes in, gives a pat on the back, no. Where, for example, we had like 3 teams. So Ben had a board up, and then the 3 teams were like, you put like 3 different cars, so to speak, and then they're sort of like racing, where the team was involved. So management spoke about safety, but then they asked the team to also help come up with the structure of ARA and ARA. So everyone felt involved, we felt consulted, and it also helped us have that change in how we'd process and how we'd approach safety and the requirement of safety. So patience and time was very, very key. And then now speaking from the end where now I'm observes and we do get into audit and just observe different organizations. Again, I think sometimes it's also the little things. you find management has put in all these posters, there are posters everywhere, that these maybe policies, safety policies that have been signed, but then the basics are, let's talk about earplugs, for example. Where are the earplugs for the employees? Where are the gloves for the employees? And one of the things that's neglected at times, because we take it for granted. So I look at things like use of toilets. Have you looked at that? Because sometimes safety will come at the high level. People will be talking about staphylococcus, will be talking about all this bacteria that I on the shop floor will not appreciate. So it's also good where we look at the little things, the basic practices, the hand washing, the leaving the PPE in the lockers, and then we now tie into the bigger picture of the whole safety culture.
Thank you for that, Longford. Katie, are you ready to come in with your comment now? Katie, are you there? Okay, it seems Katie is not there. But I wanted to read this interesting comment that Neria has just posted. She's just highlighting some of the attitudes that we see on the shop floor. Okay, so she says the attitude of I need to get this job done quickly. Okay, or we have been doing this for a long time, or you know, this job is very hard. You know, it's harder than yours. I don't have the time to waste washing my hands and things like that. What do people think about? What has been your experience with some of these attitudes? Because when I was working in the industry, I did get some of these responses to say, if you are going to ask somebody to clean the drain, and somebody would say, the drain is very dirty. I can't be cleaning the drain. Look at me, I can't be cleaning the drain. My job is to, you know, to do this and not to clean the drain. But the drain is in your environment and it's dirty. So what has been your experiences with some of those attitudes? Mrs. K, would you like to come in?
Yes, actually, I'm thinking here and I'm saying, okay, but is this person on a payroll? And also, do they know their responsibility? And do they know their role in the organization? Because that is the first point where we need to address, because you are there to deliver value to the organization. So, and also it's not like employees are doing us a favor. They are coming there to contribute meaningfully to the organization. That's very important to remember. So they need, obviously, they've got a job description, and that's a very important part of a food safety culture. The people must know their roles and responsibilities, and they know that through the job description. And obviously, they have rules that you've given them. So I think, ladies, we can address it from that angle. Otherwise, they're inviting maybe to have at some point, perhaps to be given a warning, at some point to be replaced, because they don't have the right attitude and they are not delivering in terms of their responsibility. So yeah, from that angle, I think that needs to be actually as part of training. That's why it's important. If you see in our education and training, individuals need to be trained on what they're expected to do, and to build competencies for what they do, and to be given tools for what they do. Because it depends, if they're so told to clean a drain, are they given tools that they need to clean that? Have they been trained on how to clean that drain? Because that's all still also comes back to us as management. We need to provide all that is needed for that task to be completed effectively. And in terms of food safety, we know we want to control food safety hazards. That task must be completed effectively.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Gladys.
Yes, Nazipo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tackling that issue also, it comes back to the training that you say, okay, fine, we're gonna have training, they're gonna have refresher training. So it becomes like more of documented things to say, okay, fine, I have to get through this training schedule. But what we forget as food safety custodians is training is an everyday thing. Like it's on the job all the time. When you're on the floor, you must be prepared to constantly train someone until all that is required of them is inbuilt in them. Because I experienced this on the floor as a food safety manager. You find that you train someone and then the following day they tell you all these things, but no, this is too much for me. But then it becomes also introducing the issue of incentives to say, okay, fine, we have a food safety champion on the production floor. So when other employees actually see that, okay, fine, this food safety issue is actually a big deal, then they fall in line and comply. Say that if they're required to clean the drain, if they're required to clean the walls or clean their equipment, then they know that it is mandatory for them to do that. Because as what Mrs. K said, okay, fine, there are roles and responsibilities. When someone is being inducted into the job, they know that these are your key responsibilities, A, B, C, and D. And also the issue of incentive programs, it also works. Over time, like someone mentioned, patience, it will come, everything will fall in line, but consistency and training.
Okay. Dr. Charles?
Yes, thank you, Gladys. I want to emphasize points of coaching. As managers, we need to teach by doing. Right, we need to teach by doing. I want to say, don't just tell a person to clean the drain. Take them along, clean the drain yourself, right? Start by doing that. Clean the drain yourself while they are watching. Then they can actually, then they can actually see that, wow, if the manager can do it, who am I? We had a program in Mozambique, 5S program, where we started by training senior managers on 5S. And then we went into the factory. And then those senior managers, they put on their protective clothing, they put on everything, they started doing it. They started scrubbing, you know, the 5S, sorting in order, setting, shining, you know, cleaning. And the top manager for that factory, the real top guy who is feared by everyone, was on the forefront. He was actually, when we produced the report, we actually put his picture cleaning on that report, on the front page of the report. So that actually showed all the other general workers to say, if the general manager can do it, who am I? Then the other thing that you can also do is to have programs, cleaning Fridays, maybe the first Friday of every month. If we assign first Friday of every month, maybe from 1,300 hours to 1,500 hours, whereby everybody, it's a cleaning day. Just set one day where you are actually doing thorough cleaning, you are motivating your staff as the owner of the business. And then you associate that with a team building, you know, buy some drinks, buy some pizza, buy some burgers, or even just buy some bread, you know, and some drinks. And after the people have finished their cleaning, between 3 and 4, before you knock off, you have kind of a celebration of what has happened. And every one of the senior managers, especially yourself as the senior manager, you'll be leading that cleaning. You'll be taking a brush to go and clean that toilet. You'll see that you then develop a culture of food safety, a culture of cleaning if you start there. And then everything else will then fall into place. You know, all the other cultures that we're talking about, food safety issues, will then fall into place because people, they now know that, you know, this is what we do here. But it starts with us doing it practically, physically. Thank you.
Thank you for that, talk. I've seen Chishimba on the chat has actually said that she's experienced bad attitude with the supervisors and top management not adhering to GMP rules and not wearing PPE in the food plant simply because they are bosses, which sets a bad example to the shop floor regarding inculcating food safety culture. I think that is so true. Now, for your hand is still up. Do you have something?
Sorry, I'd actually wanted to touch on some of the things that Dr. Charles had touched on, because one of the things that helped us was, when you talk about 5S, but then when you would dedicate the days for deep cleans. And to speak to what he said, I've seen it working where you find the manager is the one who's going into that gutter, is the one who's going on top of a tank. You find the other team members, even, and looking at the way our culture is set up, you find the operators even now wanting to do more, and they even tell the manager, no, move boss, I'll be the one to handle it. But there's just this sense of unity that comes about when you do have the days for your deep cleans, you have your 5S board up, you have your 5S responsibilities. It helps improve and helps the culture change faster when there's that buy-in, when they're actually able to see this manager with a mop, with a broom. It really does work.
Thank you for that. Mrs. K, you can come in.
No, thanks, Gladys. Actually, I was saying, it sums very well what they are saying. Where we said, even as leaders, we must lead by example. We must talk the talk, walk the talk. So I think it sums it very well that as leadership, we have a role to play, and as the employees, they've got a role to play, and so forth. I think it sums it very well. It ties it very well.
Yeah, and I think okay, we have let's get one hand, then we take a short break for lunch. Tinashe, you can come in quickly, then we take a break. Tinashe, are you there? Or maybe we'll give them a chance after lunch. I just wanted to say that even as top management, as we are leading by example, as Nozipo said, I think consistency is key. I've seen areas where top management will lead by example for a few weeks and then it stops. Okay, and actually you see that the situation even gets worse than before. So I think even in all this, as we are leading by example, I think we need to do that consistently. Okay, I think Mrs. K, Nozipo, and Dr. Charles, I think we can take our lunch break now. I don't know what you say.
I think that's fine, Gladys. I think it's good. Let's take our lunch.
So we get back at what time? At 40 or 13:30?
It's now 13, according to, what time is it now? Sorry.
Mine is saying 13:10.
So it's a 30-minute lunch. So we come back, it's about 13:40 perhaps.
13:40 we get back. All right. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we'll get back at 13:40. Let's take a short lunch break. Then we'll come back and wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll meet later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We meet at 13:14.
details explained on
Has made me
Amakachema program ya
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon and final session. Mrs. Kasande will continue with her last few slides, and then we'll have another plenary session. Okay, so without further ado, I'll just hand over to Mrs. Kasande to just continue where she had left off. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this afternoon, for staying put. Enjoy the last ride, I should say. Thank you. Mrs. K, you can take over.
Thank you, Gladys. Good afternoon, everyone, or morning or evening, depending on where you are on the globe. We shall not do the poll, but these are some of the questions to assess how are we going to address issues of, let's say, wrong behaviors in the food environment. So we want to go through this, but we want to find out why do people systematically violate safety and hygiene rules despite training and being advised of the food safety consequences. People, they know the consequences, but they still violate. But we just wanted you to think about that, and based on what we've been discussing earlier on. So I just want to quickly.
Mrs. K, maybe people could post their responses on the chat and they can get interacting there, so that we get a feel of what some of their experiences have been.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, so just post your responses to this question on the chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gladys. So the question is, why do people systematically violate food safety and hygiene rules despite training and being advised of the safety consequences? Okay.
Okay, we are yet to get some responses. Maybe you can continue and then we'll come back to them later on.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll move on to the third dimension for food safety culture, where we want to talk about accountability and also consistencies measured by performance measurement and also documentation. So I'll just quickly go through the last three so that we can look at the actual requirements that Simba and Philpa will take us through. Okay. So with regards to consistency, we are looking at three major elements: accountability, and also performance measurement and documentation. Here with accountability, we are actually saying employees and all stakeholders, they need to acknowledge their responsibility for actions. So like what we said in the case of, let's say, for example, for an individual who is responsible for cleaning, they are accountable for cleaning. Okay, and also we're talking about accountability or responsibility towards products, decisions, and policies. Food safety policy, it needs to be adhered to. And obviously that's why it's important that leadership must continuously being proactive about communicating the food safety policy and making sure that all individuals know about the food safety policy and they know what they need to do in their own respective areas. Okay. Then also we talk about performance measurement. This is to acknowledge good performance and make improvements where needed. So these are other areas that we talk about. Then documentation, very important. I won't spend time on it. We do talk a lot about it in the standards. Okay, so these are some guiding questions that you can go through with regards to consistency, just to evaluate yourselves what you are doing about consistency. Okay, so the other component or dimension of food safety culture is adaptability. So very important, I want to talk about in terms of that an organization, we can't emphasize enough. We need to make sure that we are structured in such a way that we are able to respond to changes within the environment in where we operate. Norman, so for example, we say we are small, but we are operating in the environment, unless if you've got a niche market where you are operating in. But again, if you want to grow that market, so we need to be adaptable. If standards are coming in, and let's say suppose South Africa or Zambia or Mozambique decides to enforce, let's say, ASU, it means you have to be adaptable to that operating environment. Otherwise, then you are out of business. So issue of adaptability is the ability to respond to changes and being able to operate as changes happen. So in other words, also sometimes you see that changes may be anticipated, but sometimes they just happen and you get to know them, but you should be able to respond to that change. For example, you may have a customer, a big customer, who has maybe a customer complaint. How are you going to respond to that? You should be able to respond to that change, or maybe it could be a change in terms of the supplier. So you need to be in an organization that responds quickly to changes to the environment. So it's very important. The nature, speed, and success of the response to changes is also dependent on the adaptability of employees. The employees themselves, that's why we spoke about competence and the empowerment, because that helps in terms of when we want individuals also to go along with what is to be done at a particular point in time in the business. So the nature, speed, and success of the response to changes is dependent on the adaptability of employees as individuals, within the groups or teams, and as part of the organization. Another component under adaptability is about food safety expectations and current state. We spoke about that a lot, about that we must make sure that we are addressing issues of food safety expectations in whatever we do. Once we set our food safety expectations and direction, and if it's clear to everyone, the organization needs to assess or evaluate its current food safety culture against those food safety expectations that you have set. So that's another way is what to assess your food safety culture. Are you meeting your food safety expectations that you've set earlier on and communicated to all personnel in your organization? Does everyone know about the food safety expectations? And are we meeting that? So that's very important. So you want to evaluate your current state against your food safety expectations. How do you do that? You can also even do that through audits. We'll talk about that, about verification. The new food safety expectation should be applied also to every decision. We must never forget that our decisions that we make, or even changes in strategy, they must be consistent with our food safety expectation. Okay. Then another component in terms of adaptability is agility. This is the ability to think and draw conclusions quickly So you should be able to assess opportunity or a threat in your business and adjust your strategy accordingly. And you need to respond quickly to those changes that will be happening. It could be your internal environment, but something that will be happening with your staff. Maybe it could be staff turnover, or it could, you need to respond to those changes quickly, so that you don't affect your food safety system, or it doesn't impact on the safety of your products. So it's very important to respond urgently. Another component under adaptability, we talk about change, crisis management, and problem solving. Here we are looking at how your business manages change. How do you actually manage change? How do you actually conduct the change? So there are models that you can use. One model that I've given as an example is the ADKA model. I'm sure some of you are aware of it, where we are talking about awareness. We talk about the desire and the knowledge and the action and reinforcement. So ADKA is about, is there an awareness of need to change? That's your awareness, which is A. Then is there a desire to do it, to change? Is there the knowledge of how to make that change happen, or to take the action? Is there the ability to do it well? Is there ability to actually do the action well? That's very important. Before we make changes, we said earlier on, you communicate, and very important to make sure that it's done properly. Are people aware? Is there the desire to do it? Is there knowledge on how to do the change, and what action needs to be taken? And also, there should be a reinforcement to make sure that we sustain the change that we have done. So how do you reinforce? Very important. You train to make sure that that change is sustained, and you can use other techniques to improve as well, or to sustain the change. Okay, so there are some guiding questions. You can go through them. We will give you, and also maybe if we've got time in the afternoon, we can go through them. Then the last component or dimension is hazards and risk awareness. We've been talking about them a lot. So all we are saying is all levels and functions of the organization, they need to be able to recognize actual and potential food safety hazards and risks. So it's taking us back again to reporting food safety concerns, to report food safety hazards. This is a key element to building and sustaining a food safety culture. So I'm glad about the discussion that we did earlier on. We can see now how important it is. We need to make sure that this key element is addressed. It's helpful for us to build and sustain our food safety culture. So there are important aspects that we need to look at when we're talking about risks. We need to be identifying them. So we need to know market incidents. We need to continuously scan the environment. Look at changes to food safety legislation, very important. We also need to look at significant new technology and analytical advances, because they do bring out new information, and we need to be alert. Maybe they may be starting to pick up certain food safety hazards that we were not aware of, so that we'll be able to address them in our own systems. So this is very important. It broadens your awareness and understanding of potential risks and hazards. So we must never forget to scan the environment as part of our food safety culture, so that we are aware of hazards and also the associated risks. Okay. Also very important to make sure that our individuals in our organization understand hazards and risks. So here we need to understand how is information related to hazards and is assessed and interpreted within your own organization. How do you interpret information about hazards? Do people understand this information? That's very important. Are you able to explain clearly so that people can understand? Because we said we need to communicate hazards to everyone in the organization so that they are aware that we have these kinds of issues that needs to be addressed, and that makes them to be alert and also play an important role in addressing these issues. So also, even if we have hazards and risks, is it viewed as providing real value or as unnecessary complex when we want to look at these hazards and risks? How are risks communicated to diverse functional groups and departments? How do you communicate to the shop floor person? How do you communicate to the supervisor? How are you communicating to middle managers? How are you communicating? So it's very clear. In other words, it's looking at how to address issue of communication within the organization. And it may also include communicating externally, depending on the situation. Okay. So very important to have foundational hazard information and education. Everyone must understand why we do things. We've touched on that. I won't spend time on all this. I can leave this, but I just want to emphasize on employee engagement. We did touch on it, that it's very important because it does inspire trust and belief in the food safety system. So I can't emphasize enough on that. And then now I just want to conclude on these dimensions on how do you verify hazard and risk awareness? How do you verify that you are communicating hazard and risk individuals in the organization? How do you know that they are aware of hazard and risk? How do you evaluate that your communication is effective? So there are tools that you can use to verify effectiveness of hazard and risk awareness. So we can either use audits or we can use reviews of near misses. We look at how many near misses did we receive from the reports we got from, it could be personnel, and we need to look at effectiveness of the investigations when we investigate, to look at the root cause and also the resultant corrective and preventive action that have been carried out. So we can look at that as well. And then we also consider verifying in terms of behavioral observation. When we have communicated about hazards and risks, is there a behavioral change? So how do we do that? We observe behavior. So that's very important also. So if we do this, they can establish whether the desired behaviors are being practiced. And very important that we would have worked on improving the behavior. So I will go through the guiding questions, we'll talk about them. I just want to end up by summarizing food safety culture. Taku has touched already on the national framework in terms of embedding the systems. He's already touched on that. I will skip all those slides, but I just want to end this presentation by just emphasizing key points on how to deliver a food safety culture. So we agreed that it starts with leadership. So it starts from the top, leaders to demonstrate visible commitment. We spoke about building employee competence and confidence. All these are important for delivering a food safety culture. Also looking at our priorities and attitudes towards food safety, they are very important. We need to evaluate our own attitudes and our own priorities in our organization with regards to food safety. Then we also have to look at perceptions and knowledge of food safety hazards and risks. What are the perceptions in the organization about food safety hazards? Are they aware? We've just covered a dimension on hazards and risk awareness. So we want to see or understand the perceptions and to evaluate the knowledge of safety hazards and risks. We also need to look at accountability, communication in the organization, free to report food safety issues and concerns. Are employees free to report these issues? So these all are part of actually building your food safety culture, all these issues that I'm raising. Share practice and knowledge. Do we do that? And also, are we following best practice and understand drivers of behavior? All these are important. Confidence in food safety requirements. And do we have ownership of food safety responsibilities, ownership of our roles and responsibilities? Are we engaging in employees? Are they contributing meaningfully to discussion regarding food safety? Are we meeting food safety expectations that we have set as we are setting also our strategy, our campaign direction? Fairness and consistency, are we being consistent? Flexibility, and also are we a learning organization? This is key for continuous improvement. So Gladys, I think I will end here, unless if there are any comments.
Okay. Do we have any comments? This marks the beginning of our plenary session. So all those questions that you've been holding, all those comments, please let's bring them out now and have some fruitful discussions. I've seen some interesting comments on the chat. Mrs. Kotsa, maybe you can go back to that slide that had the poll. Maybe we can start from there, looking at some of the interesting comments that we've had in response to that that question.
Okay.
Okay, so our question was, why do people systematically violate safety and hygiene rules despite training? So which means that they know these things and have been advised of the consequences. So they know what they should do and what will happen if they do not do those things. So some of the responses that I noted down from the chat say that people are arrogant. Some feel like rules do not apply to them. Some do this because they have been doing it all along, so they are not willing to change. Some responses said limited knowledge, lack of motivation. Some people just ignore. Some people have rigid mindsets. Some it's irresponsibility. And some do this because nobody's watching, or no one else is doing that particular practice, that particular good food safety practice. Another comment said it's because of varying cultures. Others said food safety culture is not a priority in that particular setup. Others said it's an issue of attitude, or some people are just unqualified, or the wages are low, and some lack resources. So I don't know, what are your comments to these, Mrs. K?
I think they are addressing them very well, looking at what is happening on the ground. Yeah, so they could be various reasons. And so that's why we need to be analyzing to assess this kind of behavior and coming up with strategies to address such behavior. Yeah, so I think it can be very varied. And again, this teaches us from just taking someone's plant to food safety culture and just adopting it in our own organization. We have to evaluate our own systems and look at our own gaps and our real challenges, and yeah, put in place measures to address those issues.
If you have any comments, please do raise your hands and just come in so that you can just talk through. I've seen a number of comments on the chat, but if you can also raise your hands and just come in. I've seen David has raised his hand. David, please come in.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. Mine is more of a question, because I think this is the way forward. This is the best thing to do if an organization is to succeed in implementation of food safety. Definitely, the implementers should have that viewpoint. They should take it to be part of them and things like that. Now, I just wanted to emphasize, maybe to ask, for the sake of emphasis, the variables that we should really focus on. For example, how can I know that I'm successfully implementing the culture of the culture change at my facility where I am? How can I know that I'm having an impact on changing people? Are there things that we can measure? Because when we're having objectives, we talk of smart objectives, and they should be measurable. So maybe just for the sake of emphasis, could you highlight on that?
Yeah, so in other words, we are going to look at each dimension, and we look at the expectations in each dimension. For example, if it's a training in education, so we need to that's why we can even use different ways of assessing whether we are actually meeting this dimension. So for example, let's say it's a training and education. Yeah, obviously the ways of measuring that, of assessing whether you are actually implementing that. So are you having training programs? Are people actually being trained? Who is being trained? How many are being trained? And after training, are we evaluating competence or understanding of that particular training? So it's very important, to look at each of these dimensions that I mentioned. I've summarized them, and we need to assess whether we are actually addressing them. I can't move.
Okay. I've seen Mr. Mwambazi has a hand up. You can come in, Mr. Mwambazi.
Okay. Can I just add in, Gladys? I was just saying these are, I've tried to summarize, taking from all those dimensions, areas that we need to look at in terms of developing or improving our food safety culture. So these are the areas that we are looking at, and we're looking at each dimension, the expectations from each dimension.
Hello? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kotsa, for that very good presentation. I think I really enjoyed all the presentation that are made by all the presenters. My comments are that developing a food safety culture requires a multifaceted approach. For instance, if we look at the trend, most countries, they respond quickly to a crisis like we have now, COVID, and everybody was on board. But after COVID goes, I think all these measures that have been taken in many countries, they will probably fall away because we'll go back to our common denominator, which actually is to do the thing that you were doing before. So when it comes to the safety culture, there are many things that are involved. And I think when you're talking about food safety culture in the business, then you have to ask yourself what would make the business to realize that they need to develop that culture, because there must be a driving force that makes them do that. And I think in many countries where, for instance, the consuming public, their idea of safety, or when they buy food, they just look at the price because that's what they can afford rather than the safety of the product, then the whole idea of ensuring food safety falls on the government, on the legislators, because if you leave it to the consumers themselves, as far as they are concerned, they want to buy food because they can afford it, not because it's necessarily very safe. But so now, the question is then, how do you make the government become responsible to ensure that the food culture, food safety culture is built? Well, first of all, many years when I worked in the civil service, what I discovered was that if you wanted to get anything done, your case must go to the policymakers, because they're the ones who make decisions as how to allocate resources to the different demands. And if your area is not considered to be very, very cardinal and urgent, then it's very difficult to get the resources because other demands will get first. But what I discovered was that, first of all, you need a policy which ties the policymakers who are the leaders actually to the food safety issue. Because then they'll start talking about it. And also, we know, I don't know in other countries, but in Zambia, national policies come to the attention of cabinet office, which means they become literally like a government instrument. So with those government instruments, you can tie the government and keep on reminding that you have a policy and we have to implement it. And every year they have to report to Parliament, right? They have to, like I remember when I was at ZAPS, we had to go to Parliament every year to report as the minister was asked, how are you doing with this food related as standards related issues? And without a policy, it was a little bit difficult. I'm glad now a national policy came on standards and conformity assessment issues, which should be easy. But basically, the policy ties the government actually to look at these issues on a regular basis. And therefore, in so doing, they can provide, it will be much easier to convince the government that we need to provide resources, not only to implement, not only to enforce the regulations, but also to educate the public, to educate the companies. I don't know, our colleague from the UK, if you look at the UK, for instance, and I always do a bit of research on that. If you look at the UK, for instance, the government has developed quite a number of guidelines on different issues relating to business. And if you develop such guidelines, and these guidelines are freely available to the business community, to the public, anybody can access that information. It can help people to understand that how important this thing is. It also shows the government is committed to the issue of food safety. Maybe I'll make comments, any more comments later, but I would like to get a reaction also from our colleagues on the platform.
Very important points you are raising, yes. I'm glad there's a request.
Okay. If there are any comments to what Mr. Mwambazia said, please raise your hand and let's get talking. I've seen Dr. Charles has his hand up. Doc?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm tuning in and out, but I got just the last bit of the previous speaker. And certainly, I think the issue of guidelines by government is a very good point. In fact, I was discussing this yesterday with Taku. I don't know whether Taku is on the platform today. And this is what we're saying, that in the UK, like Mr. Mwamba has just said, they actually develop simplified documents that they give to industry for industry to be able to use. A lot of these regulations that we have, very good documents. The acts, the regulations that support those acts, but very thick documents. No one is going to sit and be able to read and understand those documents. And apparently that's what we do as consultants. We then simplify those documents for business, and then we give them training on those documents in a simplified, easy to understand format. But if government could do that, because obviously business does not have a lot of money for training. Training is expensive, and particularly small businesses, they won't afford to pay for that training. And that's why we have projects like these ones, where we then get funded training. But if government can be able to simplify some of those, and we develop a national culture of food safety being driven by governments, then that would really make life easy. So I fully agree, and I fully support what Mr. Mwamba has just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Simba?
Thank you, Gladys. I want to agree with what Dr. Charles and other colleagues have just said, but I wanted to revisit. There's a prior question of someone who said, how do I measure or establish that I'm having an impact in terms of food safety culture in my organization? I just want to share just scattered views on that, on how best you can establish whether you are having an impact, suggesting that you are coming out from this course and you are going to put in place systems, you are going to train your people, you are going to do whatever you do. But now, how do we then measure that we are having an impact? The first thing you spoke about, objectives. Set your objectives from the word go. For example, maybe each company have got unique problems. Our problems are not the same. I will just keep in one example. Let's say you've got a high incidence or high rate of staphylococcus on hand swabs, which means to say the hand washing is not adequate. So now, because now we have driven this culture and everything, then we make it as an objective. That maybe after 3 months, we're going to measure to see, are we going to trend from having 5 to 0? And then we have some that is measurable. Like say your hand swabs before, maybe you monitor it after 3 months. How are we performing in that area? Maybe it's your customer complaints. We had customer complaints maybe because of mold. And when we're doing our investigations, we must have established that it is just poor handling and storage of our raw material. And which is, we might have documents, but people are just being negligent. But because we have now enforced the idea of culture, human behavior in it, now there is a response. Then we can begin to track and trend those customer complaints to see how many incidents are we having on mold in the finished product or whatever, which the customers are complaining about the mold incidents. Then you can always track, you will see there's a drop. Then you revisit your objective. Did I achieve my objective? Yes, I dropped from 5 to 1. I dropped from 10 to 0. So in your own company, those are some of the measurable objectives that you can put in place. Not only that, when you go to the human aspect, you have trained, you have done everything, you have your training records, you've done your gap assessment, you trained everyone, then it's another objective that I've achieved 100% training. But how then do you establish the effectiveness of that training? Then you can come up with some random surveys. You put a random survey up there, you know that everyone has been taught, has been trained, knows everything, but you just put some random questions. For example, you can put in that survey a question like, who is responsible for food safety? Whose responsibility is food safety? Maybe you can put some answers there, and you get to give it to people. You ask about hand washing, you ask about these basic things, and let it be answered like randomly without a name. Then from the answers that you get there, you can now begin to build a trend. Then you are assessing your knowledge base on site. You can even ask those simple questions and you'll be surprised before you train and after you train, the difference on the answers. Some will be saying, no, it's the responsibility of the cleaner, it's the responsibility of the manager. A lot of wrong questions before, and after you do that exercise again, you can still find that people are responding positively and with an educated and a learned approach. So it's another measure that you can establish that I have done justice to this subject, there is culture. And above all, observations as you walk about. When you do our walkabouts, we observe the people, we observe their practices, we observe the standard, how much are they responding to the standard that is set. So when you walk about, you begin to, there's called management by walking around. What are you managing? You are managing the practice, you are managing the standard, you are managing the people. So all those things, you culminate together, you can observe. You see, maybe like what Kota was saying, every time soon after lunch, people were just rushing. They are not washing their hands. You can just maybe put someone, not you, because when they see you, they wash their hands, but put someone to observe, not to look to penalize, but because we want to measure how effective has been your system is. Put someone innocently who be just taking how many people are washing their hands, not washing, and you can see if there is an improvement. Those are some of the tactics and tools that you can put in place to monitor the effectiveness of a culture in your place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simba, for those hints. We have a comment, Conrad, and then Andela, you can go. So we'll start with Conrad.
All right. Thank you so much. My question is to Mr. Mwambazi. Sir, thank you. You actually speaking from a very well informed position. I love the information that you just shared with us. Now, are we being wise today to replicate a policy that has been applied in the UK? For instance, we gave an example of the UK, I'm just using that as an example. And in the Zambian context, let's not think of South Africa, but Zambia. Are we being wise to replicate a policy that is being applied in the UK today? I mean, look at the UK, it had a Soweto like market in the 80s, you know, but today Soweto is our big market. You know, most of us are feeding from there. But are we being wise if we have to replicate the policy document today? Thank you so much.
Hello, can I come in?
Yes, please do go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Conrad, for that comment. If you ask me honestly, holistically, I'll tell you absolutely no. Because again, it all comes down to what the culture in that particular country. I think each country must find their own best way of addressing the food safety issue. The reason being, there are general rules, just like, for instance, you have general rules on food hygiene, say, for instance. But there are other things which are way out what you may call the basic concepts, which actually relate to the particularness. Now, of course, in the British, they found it that way. Many countries actually probably do that, but we have to follow that holistically without actually analyzing why they're doing that. I think it requires we as a nation to have a dialogue and say how best can we put the question of food safety at the national level so that we can change the culture. I'll give you a very good example. For instance, when I used to be very active in the SADC program, today you have an organization called SADCAS. I think some of you probably know it. SADCAS is a SADC accreditation service, which is based in Gaborone. That organization came out as an innovation by SADC countries in order to be able to deal with the accreditation issue in the region without necessarily following what the international community was doing, but we demanded that the international community should recognize what we were doing. So using South Africa and Mauritius as a base, because they had accreditation bodies then, we developed a model, our own regional model. In fact, it was the first in the world. We developed our own regional model, and we tried to convince the SADC that other regions should accept it. And now, as you know, SADCAS is affiliated to the international bodies such as International Accreditation Service and so on. So we can develop a unique, but it doesn't mean that we cannot learn from what others have done, and we build upon that. I think we'll do much quicker that way than if we scrap everything and say, oh, we are not British, we are not South Africans, so let's something very, very different. But we can learn from them. So like in the SADC, we built upon the existing international framework, but we said, wait a minute, why can't we develop a regional program which should be able to meet our needs? And in fact, instead of having what you may call this very high accreditation system, we had levels. We had levels of excellence, the levels of competence that we came with. And you find that, well, for SADC, it is working, because many organizations now in the region, now we're able to be accredited, and that accreditation is actually recognized internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Let's have a comment from Andela, and then we get back to our lesson. Andela?
Yes, thank you very much, Gladys. I've been wanting to talk for quite some time, only that my network today is quite bad. And I'll just speak to the discussion that is currently going on right now, where we're talking about issues to do with the legal framework and all. I think, speaking for the case of Zambia, we generally have good policies in place, but I think what we also need to now start addressing are issues to do with political will of some of these pronouncements. I'll give an example of the cholera issue. Remember when we had that the outbreak of cholera in Lusaka, we actually saw a decrease in the street vending and all. It was interesting to note that there's actually some law that actually states that street vending is prohibited. And so because there was that political drive, we saw that drop and banning of vending and all. But because after that, we got back to normal, people in inverted commas, maybe survival and all, and looking at the current situation, the economical status and all, we've relaxed. Not that the policies are there, not that we need to formulate any better laws, but because the will and the drive to enforce these is not there. Sometimes you find some technocrats may be willing, but because of some political influence of some individual, those laws are actually not effected. So I think as we speak about it, it would also be good to bring in the aspect of these politicians, maybe also sensitizing them, because they are also consumers. They also want same food. And it's these that are obviously also influencing on the playing field. How are these businesses operating? How are they, because the politicians sometimes also have these businesses, but how are they conforming to these same regulations, standards that have been put in place? That was a bit of what I wanted to talk about, and just bring in the aspect of political will into the whole discussion to do with food safety.
Thank you so much, Andela. Let's reserve our comments for now. I've seen Thelma has raised her hand. Can you just hold on to it? We have two more speakers to get through, and then we'll come back. I do love Andela's comments that our politicians play a very, very big role in some of these culture issues. But let's come back to that after, I think it's Simba and Philippa who will take us through the next sessions. Mrs. K?
Thank you, Gladys. Yes, I'll hand over to Philippa. We are just sharing this slide, and then she'll carry on from there. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Philippa. Please
Okay, but
go
I
ahead.
cannot put on my video. Can you enable me?
Amon, is that from your end?
Yes.
Yes. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay. Philippa, you can
Okay.
carry on.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so from my side, I just want to highlight the requirements for the BRCGS, which is the Brand Reputation Compliance Global Standards for packaging and for food. The packaging one is issue 6, and for BRC food is version 8. So that new section under the senior management commitment and continual improvement, section 1.1.2, that's where it's hammering on food safety and quality culture. So I'm just going to let out a little bit of what are the requirements and how do you tackle that in order to fulfill that requirements of the standard. Okay, so as Simba has said as well, and Kota in the previous speaker talk, we mentioned that culture, it is how we do things at an organization. So the first requirement of the standard as a start off is that the senior management, either for any organization, they need to demonstrate leadership, which start from the top, and then they demonstrate visible commitment by engaging themselves within the organization. And then effective communication and company philosophy and the policy that's set out. We said you need to have a food safety policy that should be visible and everyone must acknowledge either in training or in part of induction, and they need to be visible within the facility, either putting it on notice boards, ensure everyone knows what is our backbone. So it should be, it should be there to ensure everyone is aware of that. And then as senior management, they need to ensure there is accountability. We spoke about that yesterday and Kotsa hammered that again this morning. Accountability from the top of the organization right to the bottom. And then that will help to develop employee confidence and mutual trust so that people can be able to converse and be able to show mutual trust within the organization. Developing different reward systems, we spoke about that earlier in the morning. For example, Employee of the Month award, ensuring all employees are accountable, ensuring that they are engaged and understand the value and integrity, and also being proactive. We spoke about the near misses, spoke about corrective actions. They need to be able to put up and embrace what they do, get engaged, and to understand what is the value, what are they adding to the company. And then at the end, then the management must be able then to develop an action plan for the development and continuous improvement. As you can see, it is part of the requirement to improve a product safety and quality culture and to be able to continuously improve the food safety management system. So if now you go out and say, okay, where do I start? I want to implement the food safety system in my company. How do I start? Where do I go about? You need then to identify where you are. Identify where you are on the chart. Remember, we've got the different categories where we mentioned where you are as an organization. Are you doubters? Are you already leaders within the food safety? You need to identify that. And how do you reach to that conclusion? How do you get to say, okay, we are proactive compliance? Or for example, we are still calculative non-compliance, where how do you put up yourself on that matrix? So you need to start, for example, you can do a questionnaire, a survey, conduct a survey. And then within the survey, for example, if you use a tool for questionnaires, you need to create a questionnaire that covers all those 8 important elements that Kotsa was talking about earlier on. I'll just fill them out again so you can recall them. You need to be able to understand the business priorities and attitudes. So you need to send up some questions that covers that, so you can see what is the priority of your organization. It can either be small or big. How complex it is does not really matter. You need to ensure that you get the priorities of the business right and the attitude, and you can only get that from the people within the organization. It has to be a teamwork. It comes from both sides. There is a gentleman called Peter Drucker. He said the other time, culture eats strategy for breakfast, or they eat each other. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you need to be able to say from the team, from the management you meet. So you need to collect all the information. For example, you can set a question: how important do you feel food safety is to the business? How important do you feel food safety is to the business? And get answers for people. You'll be surprised how people value the food safety in your business. Some will say it's not important at all. It's not so important. Or some will say it's extremely important. Ensuring food safety is always a top priority in the organization. So from there, you can see under that one element, out of the 8 elements, how are people viewing our business priority and attitudes? And then you get questions, for example, put the order of importance to your company, these 5 aspects: cost, waste, people, quality of the end product, and food safety. How are you going to put that in order of importance within your company? So look and see how are you doing that. So you gather that kind of information, and you'll be able then to say where our priorities lie, and that will give you a food safety culture hint of where we are within the organization, whether small or big. They will say the quality of end product is important. That's fair enough. Some will say food safety is least. We need to reduce cost. We need to reduce waste from the line. Or people are our highest asset. So it all depends. So you can see where, from the questions that you gather, from the survey that you conduct, from everyone, from the team on the floor right through to management, then you can get all questions to answer that first element. And then the second element is spoken by food safety risk perceptions and knowledge. Are your people aware of this? We spoke about the HACCP, the risks. Do you have that hammered down? Not only for the people who manage the CCPs or who are within the channel of doing that. Everyone must be able to know, not only the food safety team, but everyone must be aware of the food safety risks. And then you need to get what is the perception, and do they have the knowledge? So for example, you can set a question: if we don't follow all of the food safety rules and procedures, our customers are not really at any risk. How do you agree to that? So people must be able to understand what comes out of them, and what can we input, and how do that come out as a perception in terms of that element number 2, food safety risk perception and the knowledge thereof. And then the third element that you can put within the questionnaire, so you can gather all that information, is how is the confidence in food hygiene and the safety requirements of the company? For example, how do the safety rules and precautions and procedures affect your daily routine? How do the safety rules and procedures affect your daily routine? Some will say they don't. They're essential and are part of their daily routine, which is good. And some can say, no, they don't affect me, as I don't waste my time with them. I need to just run through and go on and work. So you get on how do the people understand on that element. And then element number 4 is, they say, business ownership, food safety and hygiene. Hello?
It seems the slides are not moving.
I know, I'm not putting on the slide per se. I'm just explaining as to how are you going to implement the food safety culture. Okay, like you've got all the theories. So this is just to say, okay, we've got the theory from Kota. She explained all the elements. She explained how we are going to do it. So I'm giving an overview to say, okay, if you now go out, how are you going to be able to give an example? But I can share this in a slide form later on, and it can be distributed along with the presentation.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's fine. So moving on to element number 4, business ownership of food safety and hygiene. How committed are the owners of food safety? How are they committed to food safety? You can get that from asking different questions. You can set out the question: how committed are the directors, the affection manager, the operations manager, quality control manager, anyone who is in a management position? How committed are they? Because you cannot expect commitment from the shop floor guys and the operators and all packers and everyone while the directors themselves are not committed. So you get that feedback also from the people. They observe, they see what you do. So that can help you to determine where you are on the culture level. How committed are the supervisors and their number twos to food safety? You can have your subordinate or your supervisor immediately online, or your line manager. They only work while you are present. When the manager is not there, they take the shop floor in another direction. So they need to know how committed are they? Can they be trusted? Can you give them and be a representative to food safety? Or you can ask anyone who is responsible for making the food safe. They will tell you, is it everyone else on all levels, or is it only the responsibility of the owner? As Dr. Charles has said with RA 638 within South Africa, it is now a requirement for the owner or the original or the head of the organization to be responsible and to be undergoing training for food safety. They need to have that knowledge. You can't just have the owner or the director, and then he has the signature to be involved and they're responsible for the premises and has not undergone any food safety training. So now they have tried to incorporate that requirement for senior management commitment. To show that commitment, they need to show proof and evidence that they've been trained. And that comes a long way. As we know, it is always very difficult to have those people along. But once you have a commitment from the top, it will be very easy to put it down through to the shop floor guys. Element number 5 speaks about competence. Simba just mentioned about that. I will just run down that one. He mentioned about training, food safety training. If you offer training, you need to then measure and see how effective it is. You need to check what are the metrics, what are the needs. You measure and see, okay, is someone responsible? Can they work on their own independently? Or this person needs to work under supervision? And then you create a skills matrix where you then measure and see where do we fit on this element for people and their engagement. How would you rate the training that you have received? For example, if you give food safety training on an annual basis, you get feedback. You need to know, how does it help? Was it adequate? Was it excellent? How did it end up making you feel in terms of contributing towards food safety? And then the 6th one is on leadership on food hygiene. The staff needs to be encouraged to apply food hygiene procedures. You can have your SOPs clearly, neatly laminated in the office, and they're not available on the shop floor. When you walk and want to do interviews, you need to engage the people. They need to know what they're doing. They need to know how to present a problem, so that when there is any issues, we need them to refer. You can't have specifications, for example, that are lying neatly in a file, and there is no a link to the person who is actually doing the job. They don't know, and there is no way to link on where to get onto the answers. So there is need to balance all those two. The 7th element is engagement. Kota spoke about engagement as well. So in the review and development of food hygiene practices, you need to be able to let the people get engaged. They need to have a clear path. Management must speak where we want. This is how we do things here. And then engage the people. Let them engage in different programs. Let them bring in ideas. You can have anonymous boxes, suggestion boxes. Get them involved so that they feel they are part of the team. Even in setting food safety objectives, it's not only the duty and the responsibility of the food safety team per se, but everyone involved. You can put it into sub-units. In each department, in each unit, they can sit and they can say, okay, what do you want us to achieve? You can then go and sift it up and make it up to your Kanban food, and then they feel they've been part of the process. The last one is about communication and trust to engage within the food hygiene and to report issues. We spoke about that in a question that was asked earlier. When we say, can people report on issues? I've got a clear example to just say out within my Kanban organization. We've got this open platform where people report. They actually report themselves, if you can just imagine. The production people report themselves, and then a quality person will raise a non-conformance for them. They would say, for example, I've made a mistake. They come up front. I was supposed to put, for example, this certain oil, and I put this wrong one. For some reason, it looks similar, or the container was not labeled. And then you do a root cause analysis to find out how did that happen, and how can we improve the process, and how can we prevent this from happening again? Because the whole issue is to do a root cause analysis and to prevent it from reoccurring. So they will come upfront, I'm sorry, this is what I did, instead of just leaving and hiding it and sweeping it under. And we still go on and raise a non-conformance on that will measure them down. But because they've got a culture of engagement and being responsible, we trust that they can do it, and they've been forthfront and coming forward to report for themselves, if I can put it in brackets, to report and say, this is what I did. It's an honest mistake. And then we have to work and say, how are we going to improve this? And how are we going to prevent this from another person committing the same mistake? So after you've gone through all these elements, and then you put that in a question, you've got so many examples of questions that you can put in there under each element. And then you can then score yourself and see, okay, are you comfortable to then say, where am I on that? Am I, after getting the answers, am I the leader? Am I still proactively, deliberately leaving gaps in between? So how do I improve? So you need then to implement, to say, these are the activities that we need to take going forward. And how are we going then to complete them? Then we need to put a plan. That's where the food safety and culture plan come about. You identify all those weaknesses. You go back to management, because it's a senior committee in management. So you need to sit back with the management, doing a management review. It's part of the component that you then need to discuss and say, okay, this is the feedback. This is what we have gathered. Okay, so if we have done this, so how are we going to going forward? Hello?
Yes, I think somebody has their mic on. Please kindly switch off your mics. I'm trying to see who it is so that I can turn it off from here. But
I've already muted it from my end.
oh, okay, all right. Thank you, Nozipo.
Okay, so once you get all of these things, you then need to make sure to put in a long-term goal to solve this. It has to be a long-term goal. You can't expect it to be overnight. Like someone says, change does not come overnight. It has to then have timelines, and the timelines must be something that is achievable. As some of the food safety goals are, they need to be something that can be attained. So you can't expect to change something within 6 months, within a year. It can go as long as 3 years. It's acceptable as long as you are putting in the measures that you need to improve your level and improve your food safety culture within the organization. So there's different activities that you can tally those scores, and then you identify where you are. I can give a practical example. Let's say you want to start a strategic plan for a product safety and quality culture. For example, you realize that you always have continuous customer complaints. 35% of your total dispatched products is retained by the customer. You then need to do a root cause analysis. You do a root cause analysis, and you find that the reasons that the returns are spread across the organization. It's established by a multidisciplinary team, and then it comes to that there is mainly physical contamination and non-conformance and poor staff engagement, training and competence then come out as a root cause. So that touches some of the elements that I spoke about: training and competence, staff engagement, the non-conformance of the product itself, and the physical contamination. They were found to be the root cause of why the products were being retained. So the product ceased to come, some of the customers ceased to trade with you, and then you have to find solutions. You need to find, how am I going to do that? And the team needs to come up with an action plan now to say, okay, so what are we going to do? You need to simply put in to say, okay, you need to reduce this product contamination. And it is the responsibility of senior management to conduct different activities. They can do anonymous surveys, try to understand the feeling of the staff. Why are they engaged? Why is there poor staff engagement? Or why are they not using the PPE correctly despite the training? So you do this, you follow, and then you discover that maybe, for example, you do not feel recognized by the management team for the good work. They might have been doing something else and there's no acknowledgement. There's no reward system. They come with suggestions. It's bought in by the manager, and then it's implemented. It's not attributed to the person who had come up with it. And they are grieved. And then they realize, oh, there is a problem. or how poor hygiene that are leading to the product returns. How are we going to do it? We need to enhance hygiene training. Then they do that instead of just a simple induction training to understand hygiene rules. They involve themselves in a risk assessment to determine the corrective use of protective clothing across the site. It might be hairnet not covering the ears, not covering hair. There's hair cross-contamination, or they're not covering the beard. They're not wearing the beard smooth. There can be a problem there. So they need to do then a corrective risk assessment to see, according to the product that they're handling, some are high risk, so sensitive, and some are low risk, and then there's no impact on that. And then communication to see, okay, get feedback. Why are the staff grumpy? Regular staff updates then were implemented. Traditional internal message boards can help. But now you can move on to say, okay, we can create a board where we write our incidences, write all our non-conformance and all our customer complaints per department, and write feedback on the corrective actions. This is what we did, or these are the corrective actions that we want to implement, so that they become part of it. And hence, we can then expect improvement within the product quality. So then the company strategy and the product food safety objective will then need to focus on all those things. So a clear feedback process will help initiating communication right up through to the management, instead of just saying management are telling the staff, okay, we have this customer complaint, we want you to do this, and we want you to do this. They become arrogant, they become like you are being bullied. So embrace them, tell them this is what we have decided. You put them on the note spot. We are trending this. This is what's happening last month. This is what's happening this month. Okay, over the period, this is what we have implemented. We have retrained the people. We have made sure we don't move people up and down. We give them job descriptions. You are trained on this SOP on how to correctly pack the product, how to correctly physically segregate the product. So the haze, there is no haze of saying someone has been moved and there's no accountability. I was walking down to go, and then the manager calls me, come and just help repack here. The person has no clue. He works in the organization within that facility, but that's not his or her own line of work. So we need also to make sure that then the people know what are they grieving about. Is there negligence on their part, or what are they doing? So also, as I said, the recognition, employee of the month, or reward for successful improvements. We have reduced our waste to this much level. We're happy. We're giving the whole department an afternoon off, or we're giving this department either a voucher to whatever, to go shop at ShopRite, to Pick and Pay, something like that. It depends on how big the organization is. But some of the things can help really to motivate people, and this will help them to get engaged. They want to go up there, they want to go on the board. You can do competition, for example, competition even for example, this is for this hygiene that I'm talking about. Hand washing exercise where you wash your hands, you make it as practical as possible. You go wash your hands, you come swab your hands, each department will get the results. The one with the highest swab results, that is got less count on TPC, they come on board, and then next month the other department will work towards trying that, but you are achieving the goal. You are achieving the goal. So you need to make sure you get inputs from everyone, and you will be successful. And as part of the requirement, then it needs to have a cycle. The PDCA cycle that is clearly spelled in ISO 22000. You then need to continuously do that as a cycle. You plan, you do it, you check again and see, are we still in check? Are we improving? As part of continuous improvement. So as a way of measuring the effectiveness and to make sure these activities that we have said, all those 8 elements, you then go back and say, okay, so how have you improved? Where are we? And when, for example, if it's audits or if someone coming to do the inspection, they need to, when they do informal interviews with the people on the floor, they should be able to see that there is knowledge of food safety here. They need to know that the culture is great. So it cannot just be clearly spelled out in a procedure and a nice policy, but the people must be able to speak volumes. You ask them informally, how do you do when this thing happens? No, we just leave it and it just goes. It tells much about how they do their work. It tells the culture. It's already spelled out the culture. No, we are very sensitive. We won't let our customers get this. Then you can get it. There is a clear direction there. So in a nutshell, we said the size and complexity or the stage where you are within the food chain should not be a barrier to the successful culture. A good culture is expressed through the ease of movement of information between the different levels of the company. Is there anyone with a comment? Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone with a comment? Maybe we can take 2 comments and then allow Simba to come in. Any pressing comments right now? Anyone to raise their hand? If there are none, maybe we can go ahead with Simba and then we can handle the comments after that. I'm not seeing any hand up.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. There's a comment from Justice here. He just said, this is a very practical and insightful thank you. So that's the only comment in the comment box.
Okay. I saw Luendo had a hand up. Luendo, would you like to come in quickly?
No, Gladys is fine. We can proceed.
All right, thank you. Dr. Charles, do you want
Yes, yes, Gladys, thank you. I'm back on my desk now and fully in the proceedings.
Engaged.
Yes. Just to say thank you so much to Philippa. I think what we must be asking ourselves now, and this is the question that we're going to ask at the end, is this doable? How doable is this? Maybe we can actually, well, before I ask that question or put it in a poll, think about it. After Simba has spoken, we will do a poll, and then we'll just have an assessment on who thinks is doable or who thinks is too difficult. And then we just see where we are. We are just gauging ourselves now. We are doing a quick survey to just assess the uptake of what we are talking about. Are we going to go and be able to implement it? We can have 3 categories: very doable, need some assistance, impossible. Okay, I see the poll is already on, but I wanted Simba to talk first, and then we run a poll. Thank you.
Okay, well noted, Doc. I think let's hold on to that, because I think that's the whole essence of us holding this training. Now we know, okay, but is it going to be done? Because if it's not going to be done, then here we're just telling stories. So we need to know whether it's doable, and also we can also start highlighting, the first few steps that we can start taking to say, okay, I think for us, we'll start looking at this and this, as of course, we said it's a continuous improvement process. So as you are improving, but what are the first steps that you're going to take? It can be doable and then you do nothing also, okay? So let's start thinking in those lines as Doc has suggested. So I think Simba can take over now.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Gladys. Thank you, colleagues. I will not be here for a long time, but I just want basically to go through ISO 22000, FSSC 22000 expectations as far as food safety culture is concerned. We realize we are a mixed bag. There are some people who are already dealing with this. We just want to give you a bit of tips on how you handle this section in terms of food safety culture, especially in an audit environment. How then do you manage it, when you are being audited and you are the auditee? We just want to go through that. But GFSI benchmarking requirements, which forms part of the BRC and ISO 22000, the basis is this, the GFSI. You want to see that they emphasize much on evidence of senior management commitment in establishing implementation and maintenance and a continuous improvement of this food safety management system. You see, so there are elements that are come very strong for us to achieve a good food safety culture system. We have to talk about communication, training, feedback from employees, how we measure the performance of food safety related activities. So this forms part, the basis of the benchmarking. It forms the basis of how do we handle it from a point of view on site. Now, if hello, am I clear?
Yes, you're clear, Simba.
All right, thank you. Right. Now on FSSC 22000, one of the main to FSSC 22000 version 5, which came into force in 2018, was the requirements of food safety culture implemented. So FSSC 22000 developed guiding questions to link the GFSI requirements to ISO 22000 of 2018. So we're just going to look at what are the possible issues that the auditors will be looking at and how possibly the sections in ISO 22000 where food safety culture is implied and is referred to. So I'll be just going through the sections. I will not be itemizing them, going through them in detail because of our time. But when we are going to share with you these pamphlets, you are going to go through and maybe mark them properly. Now, the basic question is, how does your senior manager leaders engage with food safety? This one is answered in clause 5.1D of ISO 22000. The most important thing here is we want to see the commitment of the senior managers in terms of food safety. So that talks to things like your food safety policy. Is it signed by senior managers? Did they make a commitment? Did they put the objectives in there? So that's the basic thing that we want to see. So issue of senior managers, senior management, senior leadership, it features strongly in food safety culture. Because like all other, my predecessors have been saying, that it has to start from the top. So in an audit environment, the auditor would expect to see that it has to be prominent, it has to be visible from the manager, from the senior management. Especially like what Kotsa was saying about that senior manager who just walks into the plant, throws his weight, doing everything wrong. That has to, it's a cultural issue that an auditor has to observe and monitor. Now, how is your messaging used to communicate food safety expectations to all employees? Now, on this one, you would go to clause clause 5.2.2A and B, which speaks, I want to say the food safety policy shall be, number one, you must make sure that it has to be available. Availability, I mean the document, physical document has to be there. When the auditor asks you, at times auditors might not even ask you, but they want to see it maybe on your notice board, like what Philippa has been saying. So it has to be available and it has to be maintained. Maintained means it has to be the current, the latest version. We don't want to say you are giving the auditor a latest version and on your wall you have an obsolete document. It has to be the latest version. Make sure that whatever you are publishing to employees, whatever you are making sure everyone is reading is the latest version. And it must be documented. Documented means it's written and communicated, understood, and applied at all levels within the organization. What this simply means is all the food safety policy from the senior management must be communicated to the least person. So there must be evidence that shows that everyone has access to this document and everyone has knowledge about the contents of this document. And in some cases, you might even want to put it in vernacular language in that community, in that country, so that we have evidence to show that we have tried to communicate with everyone who has access to this information. When it comes also to the vision and mission of the company, it also has to be clearly expressed and understood. Sorry, my screen is just acting up, but it's fine. Okay. So it has to be clearly understood. It has to be. So when we look at this clause, the clause is there. I'm not going to be reading it. It talks also about the police again. But now you need to see how then does the senior management verify that food culture expectations are being met in the organization. There must be some evidence. I spoke earlier about how we can measure. We can put some measurable things in terms of how we can document our measurement of food safety culture in a facility. It has to be documented. Our customer complaints were 5. They've dropped to 2 after training. How we have measured the knowledge content of our people, all those things, they have to be documented, and auditors would ask you on those things. Now, you have to look about also the confidence level of your employee. Are you confident that all employees know their responsibility and are held accountable for their food safety related tasks, and what accountabilities are well connected? What this means is, when you look at those clauses for 5.3.1 and 7.4.3, it talks about establishing and giving people responsibilities. So we need to have evidence that in the organization, people know where to go with what. There must be a chain of command, how we see how does information flow throughout the organization? How do we communicate issues? If I'm going to do an investigation, how am I going to engage people? So that one also, it needs also to be visible, and we need to document it as an organization. So I'm talking about this now in an audit environment. How do we prepare ourselves to be audited on this aspect as far as ISO 22000 is concerned? So which comes to things like Tagu yesterday spoke about job descriptions. They need to be spelled clearly. Who is responsible for what? Not just activities, but let us have responsibilities there. Let us have accountabilities there. And senior management has to feature prominently in all those things. And when we delegate authority, it must be delegated. So these are things that when you are being audited, be it is BRC, is ISO 22000, they will be having that expectation to see job descriptions in place. And also when the auditor walks the floor, they would expect to see that in place. They would expect to see a manifestation of what you say, there is a manager, and the manager must be visible. And we must see people escalating issues to the manager. And when we ask the people on the floor, they must be able to explain it, to talk to what you documented, to say, okay, if I have a problem, maybe I put a lot of oil, like what Philippa was saying, who do I go to? So it's both, it has to be documented, and also it must be visible on the floor. So when you are being audited, you need to know. So this is where everything becomes, intertwined, because you are being audited, and now you need also to produce, it has to be seen on the floor. So generally, we're just brushing through so that we give you ideas and pointers of what are the expectations. And they can ask also, can you articulate your company's food safety expectations and how they are applied to every decision? This is from clause 4.2. Then on this one, you'd see that there are 2 points. They talk about the interested parties, your stakeholders. How do we communicate if there's an incident, our incident management to the stakeholders? Who does what? Listen, to communicate any incident that has to do with food safety, that has to do with legislation, and which is relevant to an incident. So when we are being audited, we need also to make sure that that aspect is fully covered and is documented. The relevant requirements of the interested parties of the food safety management says maybe you are supplying Pick n Pay, you are supplying Shoprite, Woolworths, M&S in the UK, and you need also to know, because these customers, they've got different codes of practices. They've got their own internal codes of practices, their expectations. So it must be clear how you engage and interact with them to show that you can meet the expectations of your customers. Now, does your strategy enable you to respond quickly and effectively with appropriate oversight to ensure the right decisions are made? This is also clause 4.1. The organization determine external, internal issues that are relevant to its purpose and that affect its ability to achieve the intended results. So which means here, as an organization, we need to know what are the internal factors and external factors that affect the food safety management system that we have in place. And we also need to be able to communicate it internally and externally. So an auditor also might require documentation and also might interview, might ask people, the people like your food safety team, just random questioning so that we know exactly that this is known. So food safety culture mostly, because we have been doing so well in terms of documentation, in terms of getting our paperwork right, our documents look perfect, but on culture, we have to see what is on the document. It has to manifest on the floor. So that's why you see, I'm always repeating that the auditor will interview, the auditor will ask, because what we're trying to look at habits, we're trying to look at activities, we're trying to look at, are these people trained? Did they get the information? And are they empowered? Do they know how things must be done? Because it's a cultural issue. And also it resonates also with top management. Top management must feature prominently. Their input, their impact must also be felt to the least of all. And also this is just a continuation of the section 6.3. You also see it also answers to that question. So can you identify examples of where using industry intelligence has helped identify potential hazards or risks to your business? Then this is specifically implied on clause 4.1 of ISO 22000. So now this part of industry intelligence, we need also to be able as an organization to be very careful on where we are getting our information, where we are getting our market intelligence from. Because, you know, in this era, we have a lot of fake news, we have a lot of alarmists, people who say wrong things, theories, everyone is a specialist, everyone knows something. But now as an organization, you need to have your own safe information hubs where you get information, where you get this intelligence of what is happening in the industry. Like if, for example, you are into the import you import like fruit from kiwi from New Zealand, kiwi from Spain. You need at least to know to subscribe to the right sources of information, maybe in those countries, to know what is happening to the kiwi market, to know what is happening, what are the risks, what are the threats that are, immediate and which might come in the near future. Maybe like we are going to the avocado season, there's a lot of talk in avocado. So you need to know what is happening in Peru, what is happening in South Africa, what is happening in Zambia, what are the issues that affect food safety in terms of avocado is concerned. Things like for some 3 months ago, we have been seized with the issue of coconut, people using monkeys to harvest coconut. It's an ethical issue. So it's also part of how you get information, how you get industry intelligence as an organization. So it's on this section, what we just wanting is for us to know how do you get that kind of industry intelligence? How do you get information from without? Do you have any subscription to any hubs? What helps do you get? But you must also be very careful to refer to fake news. So you need some reputable places. Now on training also, like we've been saying, is part of food safety culture. We have to train our people, we have to empower people. So when was your last food safety training and what did you learn? I think we had a poll earlier, and if you are doing ISO 22000, then you need now to have your training matrices ready. They need to be in place, and you need also to have a way to check on competence. Are the people competent? Can you prove it? Maybe by form of question papers, people have written an exam, and we want to see like a marked paper where someone was declared competent or not competent, and justification for why are we saying someone with 90% is competent, not 100%. So it's all how we have to structure it. It starts from our policy, goes to how we do it and our document. So everything in an audit environment, we need to produce those kind of documents. I'm just trying to rush so that we can move. How do you educate staff to understand why the hazard and risk management controls in their areas are so important, and what would be the consequence of not following them? Now, this also resonates with clause 7.3. We need also a training program in an organization. It speaks to the same thing, but all your training is a PRP. So all the issues that has to do with the training, they need to be documented, they need to be available, and we must see evidence of people that they have been trained, they've been coached, they have been mentored, those different type of people that Kotsa was talking about. But now in an audit environment, you need to produce documented evidence to support those parts. When was the last time you or someone on your team raised a food safety concern? We talked about near misses, we spoke about people, how do they communicate? We spoke about how do you ensure that happens. So in an audit environment, we would expect you to show us, maybe by way of documented evidence or by way of interview, that is that happening, and there are no things like being implicated, someone getting punished and everything. That is it possible? Is it happening in an organization? So this, I'm just giving you tips to prepare you. Let's say you are, if you are going to pursue ISO 22000 or FSSC 22000, these are some of the expectations that you need to be able to produce evidence, and it must be visible on the floor. And we need also to identify who are we going to report issues to? Near misses this happen. What is our escalation procedure? What is our escalation process? So all those things, they need to be implied in our policies and also implied on the floor. And also your contribution to the food culture system in the organization. How do we contribute? Then we are going to put all those benchmarks, all those issues that I was talking about earlier about being able to train people, assess, and see if there's an impact, any change on our trends. And I'm telling you, many organizations, food safety culture is a game changer. It can change your trends, things that it's purely scientific, your micro trending, it's purely scientific. But with just a change of behavior, you can begin to see a manifestation of a reduction of all those trends. So food safety culture is a game changer, right? Is your documentation designed to support employees' food safety decision and behaviors? So that this is an expectation of clause 7.5.1. The organization's food safety management system shall include documented information, which is determined by the organization. That's why Quota was emphasized that it has to be something that is tailor-made for your organization. How do you communicate? Is your documentation speaking to the support of employees and managers when they make decisions on food safety? Do you document on those things? Incident management, incident reporting, all those things, they need to be visible and they need to be available on the day of audit. So these documentations also, they have to speak to the size of the organization, the number of people, the levels of the severity of the issue that has been raised. So we have to document all those things. What do I do? Who handles the what? Who handles what? And it must make, at the end of the day, all documents must make it easier for people to report or to document. We don't want forms that are a thesis. That are a thesis to say someone like maybe you will be doing like we are doing like a degree project. No, your documentations must be very simple, straight to the point, and clear. How is your food safety measured, performance measured? Now, I think I've spoken about all those things like your PRPs, your internal audits, the audits that I'm talking about this year. So that's how you are going to, it's going to be visible. You don't have to wait for third part only. You must do your internal audit, document them and trend them. Issues, your foreign bodies, your black bag audits, all those things, you are checking the performance of your food safety system, your management reviews, all those things that are coming in there, your hazard controls, your hazard plans, hazard reviews, all those things, you are now measuring the performance of your system. So it's very important to have documented, and it has to be produced at the request of an auditor. Now, on performance measurement on food safety related activities, how does what you measure, e.g. customer complaints, compliance to procedures, productivity, etc., influence your food safety culture? We need to go back to the issue of the stick and the carrot, you know. Do we celebrate success? How do we punish those who have not done well? Does it have an impact in a positive way in terms of our food culture system in an organization? So all those things, we need now to be able to show evidence that after we have trended the customer complaints, like what Philippa was saying, at times you need to reward those who have done well. At times you need to put incentives in there. At times you just need to draw a very bold and solid line so that everyone will know that we don't cross to the left. This is a no-no. So all that information that we are going to populate, it must be able to influence culture in our organization in a very positive way. And communication is vital. Let's have evidence that we are speaking about these things at all levels. If I walk in your facility, I must ask the guy who is the operator, what are the customer complaints that you are struggling with this week? So they will tell you that Ash was struggling with maybe underripe mango or pulp that is not properly done, or we had illness complaints. It must be communicated to the lowest person in the organization. So this is, we have measured, but want to see, is it going to have an impact in our food safety culture? How do you anticipate, manage, and respond to change? Learn from the past and prepare for the future. Clause 6.11 of ISO 22000, when planning for the food safety management system, the organization consider the issues referred previously, but the biggest focus must be give assurance that your food safety management system can achieve intended results. So this must be backed by all your historical data, your customer complaints, your COCs, everything. Enhance desirable effects, prevent or reduce undesired effects. You must have a plan in place to achieve all those. So all that we are speaking to, how do we anticipate, manage, and respond to change, and learn from the past and prepare for the future. That's the whole essence of food safety culture. So in an audit environment, we must be able to produce that kind of evidence. Now, we also talk about a review of near misses. Review of near misses. What nearly happened? And if, as an organization, we don't capture those, they are going to cost us big money. But in an audit, we expect you to have that documented. We must have the escalation process and procedure. And that all that data that has been collected from all those different near misses, let's trend them, let's build the trends. And when we have trends, it will tell a story. And that story also, it must be available so that it enhances our food safety culture. Because of my time, I'm just going to do the last one. So all our PRPs, all our CCPs, we must make sure that everything is documented, we are managing them properly, and it is now manifested to be handled by a person on the floor. Let's say we have metal detection as a CCP. Even without anyone watching, the employees themselves must be able to tell each other that, no, you didn't metal detect this packet. Please check it back. Why? Because the CCP. That is the depth and the essence where we are expecting to see food safety culture affecting us as an organization. So lastly, like we always say, it's our mantra at FoodBev to say, it's not what you know, it's not what you say, it's what you do. Thank you. Any questions, contributions before I hand over? Maybe I'll hand over to Gladys. Oh, I'll hand over to Dr. Charles, ladies. Or
Yeah, thank you, Simba. Very, very insightful as usual. Maybe we can, Gladys, some comments, questions. The chat is very active. I was on the chat, Simba. You know, while you're talking, people are commenting. They are saying a lot of good stuff there. Are there any comments before I go to the chat? You can raise your hand. Yes, Vasco.
Yes, good afternoon. Once again, good presentation. We are learning a lot. Just on documentation, for example, you have mentioned we need to document the near miss review, whatever. How many of such reports or information should we document? How many are we supposed to have? Thank you.
Simba, do you want to tackle that?
Okay. This is specific to each and every industry. There are certain industries, certain type of processes that we have, which might not have a lot of incidents of near misses. But in certain type of operations, near misses are prominent. It's maybe a daily thing. And maybe if you want to look at near misses in a highly mechanical environment where anything can break, things can move, like in a sugar processing plant, anything can happen anytime. It's different from a brewery. A brewery, it's CIP, it's moving in the pipes, and you know, so the near misses are specific to each and every industry. But if some you might not have them, but I don't know how you might not have them. If you have one, it's fine. Just document it, just have that form there where you just capture them. And when an auditor comes, you just present that one incident. And please don't make complicated forms. Don't make, I think you might need to talk to Dr. Charles privately. He can give you just a template, just a simple template. Let us not make complicated documents, and let us not make life difficult for us. Something that is very small, simple, just capture the incident, what did we do about it, and maybe we capture it on a spreadsheet, on an Excel spreadsheet to trend the incidences. Thank you.
Yes, Simba, thank you. We always say, keep it simple. KISS, the KISS principle always works. Yes, Nozipo.
So there was a request for how many of those incidents do you have to report? It's not about the number of the incidents, but the mere fact that you need to capture them. And every time you have food safety meetings or your toolbox talks or your management review, you need to review each and every one of those near misses, because you find that in some cases it will also influence other employees to actually report those near misses. So it's not about the number or the frequency, but you need to discuss each and every one of them, the ones that you classify as incidents and near misses. Thank you.
Okay, I see Daliso.
Yes, Dr. Charles, this is Lwendo. Okay, the comment that I wanted to start with has been made by Nozipo to say it's not really about how many, but it's how many documents you have to produce for that. But it's why you want to have an indicator that keeps showing you the rate of incidences in terms of near misses. That may be pointing to a serious occurrence that may happen in the near future. And if there are going to be more, then you are sitting with actually bring complications. But if you are capturing them, then that means it is going to indicate that that department where such near misses are coming from, or that section where such near misses are consistently coming from, demands attention. And without it, it means you are soon going to have to work extra hard to ensure that now the actual incidence is correctly handled and permanently substituted or eliminated, which may affect operation or which may affect even the productivity of your company or your organization, or may have someone fired because they were overlooked and were looked at as only small near misses, which actually where an actual incident never happened. So those are pointers to ensure that you check yourself properly and you follow the PDCA cycle very well. And then the other one I wanted I would like to add is, with the food safety culture to be properly enhanced in organization, we need to ask ourselves, as consumers, as organizations that are in the food industry, as well as regulators, to say, whose is this? If we have that question answered, and also the question as to why did I start this in the first place? And in this case, you're looking at your market, you're looking at you having the competitive advantage because you're supplying something that is not of a high risk to individuals, something that is safe to consume. Then that means you're going to put in place some measures that are going to ensure that you arrive at feedback that is positive because you have supplied consumers with something that is of good quality, something that is safe to consume, and something that is not going to make people ill. And by so doing, it means you're not only going to be achieving regulations for a particular country or regulations for a particular region, but regulations that are going to meet international standards. So it all starts from the mind, the concept where you initiated the entire idea to say, I'm going to go in the food producing sector, where you want to produce food that is safe, that is starting from the farm all the way to the table and eventually the consumer. But then we also need to bear in mind that consumers also have a role to play at consumption point. But then that may not be, that may be very difficult for us to control, but where you're able to control it, like in restaurants where people come to eat from the facility. I've seen policies where they are written on the door, you don't come in these premises with your own food. Sometimes it's not because of wanting to only market their product, but mainly is to ensure that should there arise an allegation to say they consumed food from that area which has made them ill, let it be justifiable because they ate it from there, not that they came with another food from somewhere which may be similar to what is provided in that outlet. So I thought I should also put that one into perspective. Thank you, Dr. Charles.
Sure, thank you. Before I go to, there's a hand that I recognize there. There's just something interesting that we were discussing on the chat. What could be the challenges to implementing food safety culture? That was the question. And the response from Zikalo here, he says, from experience with SMEs, most of them think hygiene and matters to do with food safety are a huge cost to their businesses. So there's a perception, they think, and I want to hear from you what you say, what you think about whether it's a huge cost. Most of them are comfortable with their current status, see no need of improving their food safety culture, especially where there is still high demand for their products at their level. I've actually seen this also, that some SMEs are comfortable to be doing what they're doing because it's working. But for how long is it going to be working? There's competition. So if you keep on doing what you're doing and you think you can survive for the next 5 years, 10 years with all these technological changes, with all the awareness in terms of consumer awareness and all that, and somebody talked about the recalls, you know, the returns, the loss of customers. If your product has been contaminated, it will be very difficult for you to change the minds of your customers in terms of coming back to buy repeat business. You might be killing your repeat business. So, but in terms of costs, what do you guys think? Do you think food safety is a huge cost? Maybe while you think about it, and we can also put it on the chat. I recognize Samuel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Actually, I wanted to concur with our colleague who said that every near miss must be investigated. In other words, it must be recorded, because how else would you know which areas have got near misses and others? Why? Because that near miss could be the near miss that actually causes food poisoning case or an outbreak of a disease or even a pandemic. So each case must be recorded and holistically. Why? Because if it is not done holistically, then this is where you start hiding some of the records so that you don't show that your company has got a very bad record. Now there's this question about how do you actually convince the workers actually to buy in the culture, the food safety culture in the organization. First of all, from other areas that maybe some of you dealt with, we can learn that, first of all, what you don't own, you don't support. So the first thing is this idea that when the organization wants to develop anything that on the food safety culture, they must involve all those concerned in organizations so they can have an input. At the end of the day, you will have something that they think they own because they contributed to it, and therefore there will be less resistance when they want to implement those ideas. So that's the first thing. Now, with senior management, first of all, I want to say, please and please, don't look at, especially those from industry, don't look at implementing a food safety system as a cost. Otherwise, why do you want to buy equipment? It's also a cost. Look at implementing a food safety system as an investment, like any other investment in an organization. You need to spend $1 to make $10. You cannot make $10 if you don't invest. But also, apart from the ethical things, think globally. Think globally. What are you aiming at? We all know that we need to start small, but we are in a global village, whether you like it or not. Some many years ago, I used to tell organizations that, look, that was before 1994. We used to tell organizations in this country, like in Zambia, that look, start preparing yourself in the food, in the quality area. Why? Because you'll get caught out. And believe me, many of them got caught out after 1994 when South Africa came into the regional market and the competition increased. So even in this country, look at yourself as a competitor with somebody else, and that really should be a driving force, because if you don't compete, you cannot survive. So I think the first thing is to change the attitude that first, it is expensive. I know, unfortunately, there are many, some of the information that maybe industry gets from experts, from consultants, packaged in order to encourage the food industry actually to adopt these concepts. First of all, for instance, if you are implementing an HSSP system and you have to, it all starts with ensuring the food. You have the issue of identifying critical control points, because on the basis of that, you have to put measures that are going to ensure that you prevent. Now, okay, but now if, say for instance, an organization identifies so many critical points, some of which may be totally unnecessary because really they won't change your outlook of your food safety regime, then you might find the measures are seem to be very expensive. But if you get good advice from experts, from consultants that know what they're doing, and you can identify the bare minimum essential areas of concern, you'll find that actually the amount of investment that you need to do actually is not that difficult. But the organization must say, we can do it. We believe in it and we can do it. Once the organization believes in something and they believe they can do it, they will actually do it because they will do their best to actually do it. But if they say, oh, this is very expensive, already they are defeated. So whatever they do, they'll be thinking in terms of cost. I don't blame many managers for thinking like that, because they're oriented, they're in training so far when they come into the business has been to do with money. They've been hearing the money message, that the only way to make a profit is to reduce costs. And so they think any activity which they don't understand and maybe they don't really fathom to see that it can be of benefit, they think that it is a cost. So I would like to assure those people in business that please and please and please, what you need is good advice. What you need is commitment, management commitment. Remember, you are competing even now. Don't wait until your market, which the little market share you have, is actually taken away because you think it is expensive. Those who are going to survive, those who are going to have the right attitude of ensuring that consumer, those will be the winners. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks so much, Samuel. Maybe you can raise your hand down. I wanted to raise it down for you, but to put it down. Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Thank you so much actually, for that insight. And I want to add, actually, we are actually engaging on the group where we are asking about the cost of not implementing food safety, right? There is the cost of implementing food safety, and then there's the cost of not implementing food safety. So let's think about the cost of not implementing food safety. Let's talk about the cost of business closure in the worst case scenario, or the cost of losing customers, or the cost of recalls. I think that's what we need to balance. If we are crying too much about the cost of food safety, and I'm also challenging colleagues, what is that cost? You know, what is involved in food safety that requires a cost? And somebody mentioned about testing. Yes, you have to test, but a lot of it is also preventative. The frequency at which you test will be significantly reduced if you're implementing a HACCP system. Because all is preventative, you're only testing to verify. You're only testing as a verification process. Edward, any comments? You can unmute, Edward.
Okay, let them in. Okay, thanks. was not charging, it was just staying up to, like it was not increasing. I don't know, it looks like most charges, then charges.
Edward, you can unmute. Philippa, you can mute. Thank you, Philippa. Edward, are you coming? Oh, okay, it looks like we are not reaching to Edward there, or he's not reaching to us. Any other comments on the cost? Yes, Denford. Okay, let Edward go. Edward, you can go.
Can you?
Edward, you can go.
For the time, I want to have said like differences between follow food safety and if you don't. For me, cost of not food
sorry, Edward. I think Edward, I think you can use the chat. You can use the chat. Your network is very bad. Okay, we can hear from Denford.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think to this issue of costs, we need to put food safety as a strategic management tool rather than just a compliance. So if we use it as a strategic management tool, then it won't be a overhead expense, but it will be rather part of the business objectives, and it has to be enshrined. The food safety objectives must also align with the business objectives, and use it as a strategic management tool rather than just for compliance. Otherwise, the business people will see it as an overhead expense and not as part of the business. So the best way is to, instead of making it, let's encourage our employees to make it a strategic management tool whereby the reviews are also taken into consideration in business planning. But if we put it just for compliance, they will treat it as just for compliance, then they won't give much detail. And we also need to also include, when you present on your management review, the best way to get into the business people's mind is to actually quantify in terms of costs, how much the cost of non-conformances must have, they have to be attached to the cost of it. The cost of failures, the cost of non-compliances, they should have a cost attached to it so that they take it seriously. And if you tell them, if you do your root cause analysis and we found out that most of our root causes are because of lack of training, so, and you invest in training, and then once you invest in training and measure after the training, how much have you reduced in the terms of cost after the training? And then that way, that's the only way you can put the business community listen to you. Otherwise, if they are not enshrined in the business strategic management, it won't work. It will always be a compliance issue rather than a business tool to use for the business to grow. I thank you.
If I may come in to support what he said. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Nosipo, we can hear you.
In support to what the last speaker said, I'll give a practical example from when I was in industry. So we had an incident where we had a customer complaint that resulted in traceability and recall. And this was a major client. And then management realized that, so after we did our root cause analysis, and then management realized that we lost that account, and the management wanted to find out what exactly was the problem. So when we did a root cause analysis, we realized that management did not want to be engaged in training, in senior management training, which involved recall and traceability. Because you find that here in South Africa, you find that most auditing firms will tell you that you need to have a training program on traceability and recall for senior management, because they need to understand that you have losses in terms of downtime and employees involved in recalls. And when we realized that there was a lot of money lost, that's when we had to change the language in terms of training for recall and traceability. That's when we had management buy in. That's when they realized that no, this actually is a serious implication in terms of our bottom line, that we need to be involved in terms of traceability and recalls and customer complaints. So it's very important that the training encompasses that as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Nosipo. I think it's almost 4 o'clock. We're getting to 4 o'clock now. And our training, things that are interesting, they can go on and on and on, but we have to manage time. I would say, unless Samuel, if you have got something very, very pressing in 30 seconds, you'll probably be the last one. It's only your hand that is up, unless if it is an old hand. Samuel?
Well, I'll be very, very quick. Basically, what I wanted to say that when it comes to costs, you see the food system, safety system is a preventive system. And the monitoring tools on a day-to-day basis are very simple. They are not very expensive. You're talking about temperature, you're talking about pressure, you're talking about things which, how much would it cost to have a temperature gauge? Because testing is not really the main thing. The main thing are these simple tools for you to monitor the processes so that you prevent actually the occurrence of hazards in your process. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Samuel. All right, I think Gladys, we are coming to the end of the program now. I think I give it back to you, Gladys. We can continue to chat on the chat. Let's let the chat continue, and we will also continue to talk on emails and on WhatsApp. By the way, we have a WhatsApp group. If you need to be included in that group, if you are not there, it's a food safety network. Just send us your WhatsApp number on the chat. Just indicate that please include me on the food safety network, and then we'll put you there. That's where all the discussions happen. And the group is still open. So we're still under 200 people, so we can still accommodate a few more people there until the group is full. Otherwise, back to Gladys.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, to our facilitators. We cannot thank you enough for all the resources that you have shared with us the past 2 days. And I think the feedback has been so overwhelming. The chats have been so active. We've been interacting throughout. And right now, I would just like to invite our project manager, as we mentioned yesterday, that this whole talk for the past 2 days has been sponsored by the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project. So we just want to give this opportunity to our project manager to say bye to us. I think it has been a success. As he mentioned yesterday in his opening remarks, that when we first flagged this idea to him, he was a bit scared that we might not pull it off, but I think we have done justice to this program. Everybody has been so great. I hope and pray that this is not the last time that we're having such an interaction, but this is the beginning of many such interactions that we are going to have on this very important topic of food safety. So with those few remarks, I would like to invite Mr. Gordon Mackay just to give us a few remarks and officially close this this training.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Good afternoon, PM. We can hear you loud and clear.
Sure, thank you. I've been following the deliberations in the past 1 hour, 30 minutes, and they've been so interesting. And I can see that from the discussions that have gone on, people are really geared to get into the implementation mode, which for me, I think gives me that comfort. Like I said yesterday, this training program is very critical for all of us, especially who are in the food industry. And as it also helps to open our eyes to see where we need to improve, what things we need to do in order to be more competitive. Just going back to the last few minutes discussion where people were trying to just talk about the cost of not implementing food safety and the cost of implementing food safety, you would realize that actually the cost of not implementing food safety are quite there, and you cannot even quantify them because you end up closing down your business, end up losing all your investment, unlike if you had invested in food culture and its implementation. So for me, I think one of the things that we could take away from here is to ensure that we all need to consider implementing a food culture in our processes. And once we do that, then I think that becomes the first step to ensuring that our businesses become more sustainable. Now, when I looked at the subject, food safety culture, it reminded me of something that I encountered just when I left university some 24 years ago. When I left university, I joined a company called Noremco Construction Company Limited. It was a Norwegian company. And when I reported, when I was being inducted, I was asked whether I had a cell phone. And what I said was, yes, I do have a cell phone. Then they asked me, how do you use it? I just said, I use it for personal calls, you know. Then they said, okay, would you want to be using the same phone even for work-related calls? I said, I don't mind. Then one of the guys there said, sorry, here we won't allow you to use your personal phone to engage into company calls or company business. We will buy you a cell phone as a company, and we will give you airtime for you to use for company business. And then he went on to say, look, it is the culture that we have here that you don't abuse company resources and we don't abuse your personal resources. Now, why am I saying this? It is a culture that was built in that company for everyone who joined to follow and abide. So the issue of food safety culture actually must be implemented in our organizations. It must be inculcated in our employees to ensure that we are able to produce quality food, food that is safe for the consumer and even ourselves, and ensure that the working environment is ever clean and safe for the production that we do. So we need to have that food safety culture. And it must be actually in our daily talk, even as we interact with the employees, even as we interact with our clients, with our suppliers. I think the subject of food safety should not be left out. Dear colleagues, I know it's been quite an intense 2 days of learning and sharing ideas and experiences. And so I wouldn't want to hold you any further. I would like to just say thank you to the consultants, the Zambia Bureau of Standards, my colleagues from the PIU, and all the other participants that have joined us. And I'm excited because I saw participants coming in from as far as Russia, which is a thing that I didn't expect. We've had participation from, I would say, all over the world. And I'm confident that Gladys, the next moment we have a training of this nature, when you come to ask for my approval, I'll not hesitate. I'll even approve it with my eyes closed because I've seen that I think we have achieved. We have scored a plus on this one. Dr. Charles and Tim, it's always a pleasure to interact with you and to learn from your wealth of knowledge and experience. I would like now at this juncture to just officially close the training session and wish all the participants all the very best, and ask that as you go back to your production centers, you will be able to implement not some, but all the things that we have learned. Have a pleasant evening and bye-bye for now.
Thank you so much, PM, for believing in us to deliver this. And thank you to ZABS, Dr. Charles. I think we did it. And thank you most especially to each one of you that came, participated, and contributed. We cannot thank you enough, but we expect to have more of such talks, and I hope you will be back again to participate and contribute. Thank you all so much. I would just kindly request that you switch on your videos and do some sort of wave or dance. We want to take a small video that we can put on our database. Amon, are you there? Dr. Charles, are you there?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the team
I
is
see
there.
you're straightening your shirt.
Kotza, yes, we have to.
I don't know
look nice.
if Amon is ready for us. I want to see some dances. This has been such a fruitful discussion, and it's an opener really for more food safety conversations. So kudos to us. We did it. Amon, are you ready for us?
Yes, I am.
We want to dance to a successful 2-day training. We want to see some Roomba and all that. Yeah, you can even give us a song, Amon, as we are at it.
Mr. DJ, where is the music?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. As you log out. Bye-bye. Nice to see all of you.
Yes. We need it. Thank you very much.
Bye, everyone.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Nice one. Yes.
You guys.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hi, Gladys. Hi, Gladys.
Bye. Oh, you guys you're too
Hi,
awesome.
Gladys.
Once COVID ends, we should
Bye-bye.
have a physical conference.
And nothing else matters.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Gladys. Bye.
Thank you. Asante sana.
Bye-bye, Gladys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hi, everyone.
Mark, I really thank you.
Forever trusting who we are.
On to two.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, Katie.
Bye.
Bye, Gladys.
Gladys.
Bye. Thank you
You
for
on
coming.
WhatsApp. See you on WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp group and let's get chatting.
Yes, yes, yes. Bye.
Been myself this way. Life is ours, we live it our way. Holy floods, I don't just see. And nothing else matters. Trust I seek and I find in you. Every day for us something new. Open mind for a different view. And nothing else matters. Never care for what they say. Never care for games they play. Never care for what they do. Never care for what they know. And I know. Forever trusting who we are. No, nothing else matters.
Okay, thank you everybody. Now I'm signing off.